Good afternoon, everybody. We are live for the final round of the Endurance League. So we have 4 hours of abject carnage, probably. The question is for this week, for today's race is for this race is not if it rains, but when it rains.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've just got to put this working. Because I am a complete noob at racing. So, back into the race. We'll be there in a second. It's just the way the online stuff works. If you do it normally in game, on a single player,
green light, go, go, go.
But anyway, after all of that, we are here. We are ready to go. It is myself, Suzuka, and we have Alex.
I don't think we have, unless it was Spa 10 hours, but I don't think I really counted that because
no,
it's
we had COVID for Spa 10 hours. So we very briefly stuck our head in. Other than that,
That's probably the right thing. It does seem it will rain at the end of qualifying, but I don't think it will matter too much, depending on how the track conditions will lay out with this race. We're currently on a green track, so it's still not going to be very fast. It will obviously get faster and faster going through the qualifying session, but a few drivers are improving, but there are also a few drivers spinning, but we won't talk about that just yet.
Let's not give people commentators curse right at the beginning of the stream. Yes, no, so Suzuka being actually surprisingly slick track. Not nearly as bad as Indy, I would admit, but it's a surprisingly slick track. So having it being wet at some points is going to be interesting.
It's not Suzuka without rain, let's be honest.
This is very, very good. Yeah, it's very good. Suzuka is it's a fantastic track, but when you stick it in this Pacific, I really need it. At this time of year, North Pacific is who knows what it's about as interesting as it gets in the
Hopefully there's no tow truck lorry on the middle of the track this time. Interesting to say the least.
White flag, slow vehicle, literally anything from the slow moving car that's getting up to speed. There is a car it's the quickest way to get them back.
Got the DRS though.
Still green.
I think that might be the case.
30 drivers, 30 cars. first for 12-1.
There are a few. El Wilson is one of the drivers that is standing out at the moment. Has set one lap so far, currently in P3 in the row racing. BMW M4 about 4.5 tenths up in his best lap time. Won't be able to improve just yet. Going into sector 2, he is improving quite a bit on his last time, so I reckon he has got potential to try take a pole. He is actually gaining quite a bit as we speak.
Big improvement for Brown in the Ferrari 26 in Cincinnati. You are currently 1.5 seconds up.
He will be able to go up quite a few positions if he can get this.
Brown coming through 130 yard, and that's their lap done. Gets a little bit low in that 130 yard, and all out position there. It's very easy to so getting a banker, that means it's amazing. Is probably a good option to start with, and then try to start with.
Go back to the garage, I presume. Does seem though he is still improving. 5 tenths currently going into this is going to test me. Sector 2, I'm just going to say about 6 tenths up. He is improving, can go for pole here by a bit of a margin if he can keep this lap valid. Going through the straight before spoons. This is where, obviously, what you were saying earlier, a few cars do make mistakes, and this is where people are most prone to make invalid lap times. I wouldn't say that at all. From a driving perspective, I used to be semi-fast at this track. I say semi-fast, I'm still semi-bad. But it was really good to drive. I did a few endurance races on it. It is one of my favourite tracks. It used to be one of my least favourite tracks, but it is one of my favourite now on both F1 and ACC. From a commentary perspective, well, it does make quite good racing as well, going through especially Sector 1 with the S's and obviously some of those more interesting corners, and the dynamic weather that this track does seem to always have no matter the game.
True, it's always a good one, as we see Wilson go right under leader of Jones with 208, Wilson 201.075, Wilson 201.085, so just a little bit. I mean it was exactly 1 point, exactly another 10th back to Pateron. In the Aston Martin with 201.185,
Giovanni Passat.
Please do so if any issues anyway, stuff isn't quite balanced, but I do apologise for that. Give us a second and I will Oh yeah, because I was driving on this, so I cranked the volume back up. No, I haven't. Master's down on 10. What is master down on?
You go on, if it's a game that's the problem, if you use your numpad, both the negative and the plus symbol, it changes the master volume of the game.
I had no idea on that. See, I've been playing this game for like a couple of years, and I still didn't know that. I normally just end up as I am at the moment in the settings. Right, that's that. Let's go back. I hope this is better. I am, like I say, getting to the grips with a few things, and...
Do you want me to check?
Going from there... Can do, I'm just having a quick look on... Can I do anything through here? I have got, like, all the screens going all at once.
Not sure, but I'm not sure if we should say all of this on stream, but the aspect ratio seems a tiny bit on the smaller side. Not sure if that's something you can.
I have, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt. I've been playing around with it since, on and off the last couple of weeks. It's because I'm streaming from an ultra-wide 34 monitor.
Oh, I see.
Through OBS. I was trying to work some stuff out earlier with it. I'm not sure if the video I was looking at, I was doing something wrong or something. I've been trying to squeeze it all around a little bit. But it's a little bit funky because it's a 21 by 9 rather than a 16 by 9 screen, and OBS doesn't like outputting, well, YouTube and Twitch don't like outputting 3440 by 1440, which is what my monitor runs in. They prefer 1080 by...
You could try changing it in OBS itself. The max aspect ratio changed.
I have had a play around with it. Most of the stuff I've
subscribed.
Woohoo!
Troy McGonigal subscribed to the channel.
Who was that? I did not hear who that was. Desktop audio volume, that's no, mic volume. Let's turn desktop audio back down. Hopefully, that has just fixed it.
That's what might be the issue. Are you using desktop audio for both game and Discord?
Yes, and then my mic is separate, but you and the game are coming through on audio, on desktop audio. I haven't managed to work out how to split it all back down. As we have some new leaders. Sorry, I'm being really bad at the whole commentary thing because I've just got entirely distracted by settings. I hope this is better. We have some new leaders and some very good times coming through from Poor. You are 2 minutes flat, 0.812. Not going to improve on this one, you're 30. It's also seconds down, so I'm guessing you've had a trip through the pits, pick up some fresh tyres. There's not really any tyre limits, per se, for this one. If you follow the channel quite a bit, keep an eye open for the World Championship that we've got coming up, which is our own little thing. As they actually have a limited number of tyres for that, and more pit stops for tyres than technically... Well, it's doable, but you're going to have to think about your tyre usage throughout all 3 sessions, through both practice, quali, and into the race, because it's an 80-minute race with 2 pit stops, so keep an eye out for that one. It should be good fun. It's going to be a test of both strategy and driving ability to get through that one. We'll just run through the top 5 quick. We have Poor on 2 minutes, pretty much 2 minutes flat. About a tenth or so behind is Smith Adams. 201 for Jones, Wilson 201, and Nord, I'm going to go with, on a 201 as well. So it's everybody in basically everybody in the top 11 is currently within a second of each other, so not a big jump in time improvement. Will move you a long way up the grid, as apparently inside the next 10 minutes we're likely to see rain getting worse in 30, so this may be as fast as things go, as Solberg goes to a 2 minutes point 5 flat.
I reckon it has been like that for quite some time, the 10-minute rain, so I expect it for the next 5 or so minutes away.
Yeah.
So it is getting closer now. There are a few drivers still improving though, such as the names of Chris Southcott in the Stone Cold Toga. McLaren Time 20s going through the final corner now to go to the start for this straight, about 5.5-ish temps up on his personal best lap time. Will put him up quite a few positions as we see him cross the line now to go up to P3, so a huge improvement there, about 7 positions or so. So quite good there from him. There are a few others as well, of Bella Gadsden in the PLR or Pro League Racing Esports car. Yeah, not in an Aston Martin, I believe. Yes, in the Aston Martin as usual. Going 3 spoons, about 6 tenths up his first best lap time. Might be enough for pole if they can keep this lap valid.
In chat we have... Oh, Alex is quiet now.
No.
That's fine, I will adjust that back up. Apologies, I am very, very new to all of this. I probably need to work out whatever it is in the audio mixer so I can adjust Discord versus everything else. That's something we'll...
If you want, I can go through it with you if you want.
It's all good. It's something we'll work out in between streams. It's not something we'll worry about immediately now. As we're coming to the last 12.5 minutes of qualifying, times that 2 minute 5 is proving 2 minutes point 5, sorry, is proving to be somewhat tricky for people to get close to, as it's about a tenth. The gaps are strung out a little bit. I say a little bit. We're still only tenth and a half gap to second and third, really. So. I say they're stringing out. They're not by that much, but compared to some of the gaps we have had, they are fairly large. As Solberg jumps, Gabor jumps in that McLaren jumps into first with a 2 minutes point 320. So a very good one there. I'm just going to try doing that.
Sita does that quickly on board. I'll just update you on Chase's times at the moment, going through spoons now on the Noobs RS Lamborghini, but the new one, not the old one. No, actually I keep getting them mixed up. About 2.5 tenths up on his personal best lap time, going up to the 3 tenths now. Can be enough to go potentially P3, possibly higher, going through the streak before 130R now. He is still improving, but it's not as much as he would like it to be. He does have traffic in front of him as well, so hopefully that doesn't play a factor in his qualifying lap as well, but there's still quite a big gap between them. Does seem he loses a tiny bit of time going through the final chicane. In fact, he's lost all of his time, unfortunately. Will he be able to get it back on the exit? No, he is not. I have unfortunately just given some of the commentators curse, and I apologise for that.
It happens. I'm just having a look back down. 2 things. One, we have Gabriel in the Ferrari, who has just gone about 7 tenths quicker in previous laps than their previous lap, moving them from about nearly the bottom of the grid to 23rd as the rain starts falling. So I think we may be done for qualifying with 10 minutes to go here, just because I don't think there's going to be much more anybody can do with the temperature. Track temperature will now start to fall, tyre temperatures will fall off, and it's already gone to greasy, so it's pretty wet out there to start with. didn't get a huge amount of rubber down before it started raining, so this is going to be a green start to the race, would be my assumption here, if they're following on through. Obviously, we do take, it's about 24 hours or less before the race. We take the weather report from, I think it's AccuWeather, Hayden set it off of. So this is as close to as live as we can get it in terms of weather. As we see a lovely lineup there of all the Sim Seniors cars. Now, if you've got a wet setup for the car, this may be an opportunity to see how it works in these mixed conditions. Go out either with wets or slicks and that setup in, and just turn some laps for a few minutes just to gain a little bit of extra practice. But I don't think we will see any more time improvements over the next 10 minutes of qualifying. So as it sits, we will see how we'll run you through the grid as it sits at the moment. Obviously, if anybody does make any improvements, we will let you know, but it's not likely now. It's raining. So we're following here on board Gabriel Port, for Dakota Esports. Is in first with a 2 minutes .320. Solberg in the 99 BMW is on a 2 minutes .5 flat. Smith Adams in the McLaren again in a 2 minutes .550. Tartalega Fabio, we'll go with that for TDS Racing. Ferrari with a 2 minutes .635. Bella Gajan in the Aston Martin with a 2 minutes .687. Southcott in the McLaren with a 2 minute .732. Wilson in a BMW number 420 will go into 7th with a 2 minutes 7.62. Lucas will go in the Ferrari. Car number 500 will go into 8th with a 2 minutes .802. Castiglione, who anybody who's been following the races will know, has been racing a good number of championships with us. With a 2 minutes .887 in 9th. Jones in 10th with a for Noobs R Us with a 2 minutes .912. Mitchum in car 600 will go 201.010. Sorry, I'm gonna get there eventually. I'm struggling to read today, and that's really bad. Elias Fernando in... That's not the name I have here. I'm guessing you have just switched drivers, and I haven't noticed. Chief car 38, now driven by Elias, has gone 201.142. 13th Sims with is on a big improvement, possibly. No, really no, that's not going to go well. I changed into that at the wrong point, and I do apologise for finding that on camera. You just hit the wall hard.
I'm glad you saw that.
No, by the looks of things, got it squirrely going through 130R, and yeah, that was a passenger moment, well and truly there. Sorry about that, Sims. Your current lap time is 201.442. As we have about 30 drivers, do you want to do the second half of this lot in a moment?
I can.
So in 14th, Gasolina for a 201.685. What's your first name? Giovanni, I can pronounce that one. With a 201.7 flat in 15th.
Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, go for it.
In P16 with the 296 number 3 car is Lelio, coming in P16 with what seems to be a 201.7, followed there by Waite in the Aston Martin AMR 8, I believe that is, car number 126 with a 202.2, so quite a big drop off in time there. Going in with Mazda in another 296, the 333 in 18th with a 202.222. Followed by Lionel Artaz in a 260, 296 with a 202.257. So they're getting quite close now with lap times, but there is another short drop off, about 2 tenths or so, going into P20 with the McLaren 720S of Sim Seniors, who I think we did just see hit the wall, but it's the sister car of it in the 490 with a 202.4, still out on track. Followed there by Perez, who is in the currently with a 202.5. Taking him in P21 in the 777 McLaren. Followed then by Constantinidis with a 202.557. Take P22 for his Mercedes and his team of Acura ASP team, which is actually the real life ACC team, but we'll go with it. With P. Murray there of Paul Murray in another Sim Seniors car. So there's quite a few of them, it seems, with a 202.6 for the 111 McLaren. Followed by Crepesi in the 296 88 car with a 202.6. Followed by Simone in the another 296 of the 619 car with a 202.7. And then we've got Alex North in another Sim Seniors car with a 202.7. Followed by Laser in the Porsche Motorsports 992 car 91 with a 202.785. Followed by Figgins, who is currently in P28 with a 202.937, and then another big drop off with what seems to be Angus Janssen with a 203.5, which rounds up the people who have actually done a time, but there are still two other cars who hasn't done a time during qualifying, which is Joseph Mikuluk in the Interceptors, McLaren 720S Evo. Followed then, last but not least, Brandon followed in the turn 1 720S Evo of the 103, not being able to set a lap time yet. So that does wrap up the grid for today.
Indeed. Well, as I say, I think there's a number of people going out and getting some practice just in these interesting conditions. The track has gone from greasy to damp now, and it looks like the rain is due to get worse as well. So
you could potentially see a wet start as well. I know you're saying that it's going from Saturday to Sunday, but you never know. It could be an interesting start for these drivers either way. It could either be a very bad conditions, or it could be a dry but still quite a bad track surface.
I'm not sure being essentially on the last row of the grid is the worst thing, especially if it's wet and what have you. We are running a red flag situation, as we often do. We've got the first 30 minutes of the race are live steward, and then it goes to a report-based system. So one of your teammates, whoever's not in the car, can report back to the stewards with a Google form, which is rather nice. So there is the possibility of a red flag. You'll see that in the server. It will go red flag, red flag, red flag, and then there will be a moment whilst everything is just adjusted and any penalties are made ready to be applied. There'll be a restart and we'll go again. You've only got one chance at that. And as we saw on Wednesday with the rookies, they managed to get all the way through the first lap without a colossal accident, and then celebrated by having a colossal accident at the top of Radion on the second lap. So
You'd love to see it.
It was absolutely wonderful to witness that one. It was, you could have done so well. You did so well, and then it all went wrong. So with the mixed conditions, obviously it's a 4-hour race, so nobody's going to be going completely mad for this one off the start, so we will see what happens there.
There was we have a tiny bit of talking time. Without commentator saying curse anyone, who's a driver or slash team that you support for today?
Ooh, put us on the spot a little bit there. From what we've seen, the 300, we've seen very good things from 300 Porsche previously, previous rounds. they've done very well. I'm trying to remember who else has done very well. So they're definitely one to watch. I think if I remember correctly, the 500 Ferrari is another one that's keep an eye on, because they're not a slouch and they're very good with strategy. This race is an interesting one. It's 4 hours. They've got a maximum of 65 minutes stint time. So the question is, do you run that 65 minutes every single stint, or do you split it more evenly so you don't have that short stint at the end to do, which you may not necessarily have time to do tyres in, because your fuel fill will be very, very short. So that will be one to see how the strategy plays out, as that is the end of the session. I'm just going to do that so we can see everything, and we have the rundown of lap times and the splits. So 0.180 back in second for Corbin, Adams 0.2, as we can see, all the way back to 13th is the first one that we see outside more than a second back after qualifying. So whilst it was dry, the times were seriously close.
It is getting closer, but obviously there are gaps of pace differences going throughout the grid. That's just what you expect, though. Obviously, we do just see a switchover of the server now, and it is a fully wet track to start this race.
That is, yeah, I'm not sure what you're going to want to use as a means of getting around. Do you need a boat for this start, or are you going to be okay with a car?
Live on praise.
Yeah, that first corner is going to be lively. It's a long trail break into that first corner, as it's a tightening apex. It's one of the few tracks in the world where you see most tracks to make the lap times faster and to make cars the track a bit more fun to drive and a bit sort of less challenging, but just a bit different. They will often have reducing radius corners, so the corner opens up as you go through it. First corner here is a reducing radius corner, so you are slowing down all the way through the corner rather than speeding up to the sort of the second apex, if you like, on the exit. So that's going to pose a really big challenge for some of these cars.
That is true as well, as we do see only a minute 40 until this long formation lap as well. As you're saying, with the first corner, I think it's the entire first sector that's quite interesting. Obviously, we got the S's.
Yeah, we got all the S's. It's going to be tough. It's going to be interesting. Again, we had a driver's briefing. Basically, what it all boiled down to was, don't be a hero. It's 4 hours. You can't win it on the first lap.
Well, I've got a different saying, but I'm not going to say that because I don't want to encourage anyone.
Is that just if in doubt, flat out, basically?
I said some very wise words to Craig, who was doing the Sebring 12 hours a second ago. And he got into P15, so fair play to him, but I don't think he took my words, which is probably the responsible thing to say.
Fair enough. So, cars that are good in the wet would be the next question. We know the Porsche's pretty good on the way out of corners in the wet, but can do Porsche things and turn itself into a pendulum. I do know the Aston's pretty good in the wet. I'm not really sure how some of the others handle. I've not really driven them too much in the wet, so I don't know whether you can shed any. Obviously, setup is entirely your own choice at this point. I don't know if you can shed any light from your experiences on various cars that run well in the wet and in mixed conditions. Hello, Alex? Are you still there? Looks like we've had some technical issues from an Alex. You are still in. You're not showing as muted or anything. So, as the cars roll out on their formation lap. Hopefully we'll get Alex back shortly. That's all good. So, yes, I think, if I remember correctly, the Lambo is pretty decent in the wet as well. So, we shall see what happens as they're rolling out on their formation lap. It's a long one here. Obviously, race lap time, we saw qualifying dry lap times of 2 minutes, literally around the 2-minute mark. So we shall see how it will be a long formation lap. Cold, wet to get going. These tyres, they're pretty good, well managed within the game. They are pretty good in the way that they heat up. Now, wet tyres, whilst they do work via shifting a lot of water, they also work by being up to temperature and effectively boiling the water off the track, off the tyre themselves as well. So, we'll follow for now via some TV cams, and we can see them going through their first, through this formation lap. So yeah, all the little blocks will move around, they'll generate heat. And that's what you're going to be doing now. You don't want to try not to take too much life out of them too soon, because you're obviously going to need that to run for a full stint. Providing it stays wet, getting these tyres to go a full stint isn't too big of a deal. If it dries up, which it looks like it's going to at least ease in 30 minutes, so we don't know over the first hour or so of this race whether that's going to change. Much like we saw at Silverstone, this could very much be a how few at times can you run through the pits and have to take tyres will probably put you in good stead for your position. So hopefully that will be all good on there. We have, yeah, as we see through here, we'll follow through on this as they come through. They've been through the hairpin now, they're coming down to the far end of the circuit at Spoon. Always a good one. Also a brilliant name for a corner. It does also, when you see it on the track map, look somewhat like a spoon. It's a remarkably tricky circuit. When they designed the track, they've done some fun. It's evolved over the years. The Degnas used to be a long hairpin. They've been split now into a double apex corner. As we start to see, we will see them start lining up in double 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, as we see that now, I believe. Normally it's along this back straight here, running into 130R, where that is requested by race control. Being race control is within the game itself on this one, so that will handle track limits and drive-throughs for all of that sort of thing, pit lane speed limit, etc. Will be all handled. There we go, as they're all forming up now in Noah's Ark 2x2. I'm going to chuck this on the rear wing of this pole position McLaren and see what's going on. I really hope that's not coming through on camera. Okay, Alex lost power briefly, so we'll come back. That is coming through. I apologise for the noise that's coming back through. That's my steering wheel. I've just done that. I can cancel that out momentarily. Yay, that's now not coming up. Although it will do every time I talk. So we'll do our best. We'll try not to run on board too much, just because of the amount of it. It's the joys of having a gear-driven 93. And we are racing. We are green. Alex will be back shortly. It's Wi-Fi. As the McLaren moves. Oh, that was close across the front end of the BMW. Lick of flame as it changes down through the gears there. From this end of the grid, it all looks pretty good in terms of managing to get through the first corner. Haven't seen too many. We haven't seen too many yellow flags, as it looks like there was one of the Sim Seniors cars north getting a little bit out of shape there. But other than that, nothing. Didn't look like anything too major. I think just ran a little bit wide. Everybody looks like they're getting through the first sector so far really well. So we shall switch back to another camera. We'll do that for now. That will at least stop the horrible noise coming through from my wheel. Thanks, Logitech. Remarkably good wheel for the price. Would recommend for anybody starting out. As there is a bit of a dry line. I say a bit of a dry line. There is the vagaries of something coming up as we see McLaren of Smith Adams going up the inside as car 600. Mitchum was just dropping back there. Well, it's another 296. I do apologise. I thought I'd synced up all of the liveries. Apparently, some of them haven't worked. Excuse me, haven't quite worked. Slipping back a little bit there. Cars are going to be sliding around. Tyres will be cold, and as a result, not going to be the most straightforward of time spent. As Laza is falling back, that is a big off for you. You've gone visiting the scenery. What happened to you? Oh, that might be one for the stewards. I didn't see the start of that. Didn't go back quite far enough. But that was a lot of rotations in a very short amount of time. Getting back up to speed now and back on the way. That looked possibly like there was some contact with McLaren. I will entirely leave that to the stewards to discuss that one, as Elias Fernandez has had a bit of an off there and just waiting for a safe moment to refire the car and get back up and going. Again, nothing major, but a few offs for a few people. So we shall see what happens there. That Togs Esports car looking rather lovely in its red and white livery there. That sounded like we had an Alex back. Have you managed to get your Wi-Fi up and running?
Sorry, I had a power cut.
It happens. It happens well and truly. I wouldn't worry too much.
On to the Fernando thing, sorry to interrupt you. It did seem he got a bit of a spin there, that's why I logged in to see. But yeah, he is back up and running, as you said. He has gone down further and further into the order, which isn't great for him, but I reckon he will be able to catch up now with his pace so far.
As we see Stavros, I'm going to go with that because I've got no chance of pronouncing your surname, I do apologise. In that Mercedes has managed to set the fastest lap of the race so far. We've only had one racing lap, so it doesn't entirely count, but so far you are currently the fastest lap with a 6 minutes 15.502.
Lightning speed.
In terms of lap times, they're all on around a minute and 20 so far, so they'll be on around minute and 15, minute 20 or so total, I would have thought. As you see, Smith Adams, it's on the march. You have run away from that BMW nice and quickly, and you're now right up on the tail of poor in that fellow McLaren and going for first. So that car very much surprisingly happy. Car and driver surprisingly happy in these wet conditions. That last corner is deceptively tricky. If I can manage to do it, I will chuck A on board on there, and it's actually surprisingly off camber going through there. It's really easy to run wide, and before you know it, you're in the grass and in the wall because there's not a lot of runoff area on that pit strip.
Adding on to the final corner there, we did just see another little incident that happened between Ed Browns and the 121 Sim Seniors Insurance Racing 296, and I believe it was another Ferrari as well, just getting a tiny bit of contact between both of them, which did cause them both to spin out on that final corner, and they have now unfortunately lost a few positions, but they are starting to regain. Ed Brown now on a bit of a redemption arc, trying to put a bit of pressure here on Simone in P19 as well, but he is also getting a bit of pressure from behind from Elias Fernando in that Togs Esports car we saw earlier.
As it looks like Noobs R Us, William Figgins is in the pits. Now, I don't entirely know what that's all about. I'm going to presume that was a big hit somewhere and is requiring some damage repair. So that's going to be a bit of a comeback drive and a damage limitation now for them, as Gabriel, who has evidently had some issues and is recovering back up, as is Laza in that Porsche we saw spinning earlier. So a few people have had some issues. They're now going to be running back up. As I look back through there, we have White in the Sim Seniors, Trevor in the Sim Seniors, Aston Martin, battling hard with both the Ferrari in front and the Mercedes behind.
I see him going further back up as well. There is another little battle for the lead here. Even though we're only about 7 minutes into this race, it does seem Smith, Adams and Corbin are trying to get on the tail, and also Tartaglia, I have to correct him on that one, in the TDS Racing 296, all quite close, trying to get pole position here. Even though we still got 353 minutes of racing still, there is still absolutely any opportunity to get this lead. It's probably now more than ever.
At the end of the day, track position is track position. If anything happens, then being in a position to capitalise at that, anything but that. So we see that 99 BMW run wide through the first corner there. First half of that. Still managed to keep the place, but puts the Ferrari right on their tail. Now this is an interesting one. It's quite easy to lose a lot of time when you're following somebody, especially when you're in a spray like this. It's wet, it's messy, and it's not easy to see and pick your braking points, pick all your lines as to where you need to go. Couple that with, you can see the amount of spray that's coming off of these. That's how much dirty air is coming off these cars, effectively. So your car's not going to turn in or do what it should do, or what you necessarily expect it to do, when you're right up under the rear wing of somebody like that.
It does seem... Sorry to interrupt again. It does seem there are a few other battles that are mid-pack around 6, 7 and 8 at the moment. Looks like they're trying to battle out again, but it is obviously the first few laps, so we do expect this to happen. Did seem to get a tiny bit rowdy earlier, but they have started to split a tiny bit, but there are a bit of a pace difference between these three drivers, as you can probably see. But at the moment, C. Jones is the one not in favour to actually keep this position to Kogut in the what seems to be the 296 with a 2-minute 10.3, the fastest lap of the session so far, trying to catch up once again to Jones and Southcott for P7 and 6.
Yeah, indeed. By all means, just jump in, it's not a problem. That whole 4th down through to 7th is, as we can see, it's just this long train of cars. I'm beginning to wonder whether that BMW of Wilson is a little bit of a cork in the bottle there. And so that was hanging on the tail of... That is...
William Figgins going a tiny bit slow, going through the S's there. I thought he was a disconnect for a second, but he did go quite wide off track there. So I'm assuming... That
was... Figgins has just come out the pits. Has been in the pits and come back out again. Has actually managed to have to pit, I'm guessing for damage or something. Wasn't happy with the car. Something on it. Has pitted already and has come back out again.
Unless he didn't repair his damage, because it does seem on the left-hand side of his car it has a lot of damage. So either he didn't pit for damage or he's just crashed again.
I think it holds. I think ACC holds over the damage from previous accidents, whether you fix it or not. I think it sticks the body panels back together and then doesn't get rid of any of the scratches or anything.
Oh yeah, desync. Yeah, I forgot about that.
So that might be what we're saying. Is it's not driving like it's got damage, but it's showing on our end that there is, or has at least at some point been damage. So evidently a little bit more than some door bashing, as on my end it doesn't look too bad. So I think there might be a little bit of desync on the joys of doing this on the inside.
Oh, there's been a spin there from what seems to be the P14 and has also collectively taken out Trevor Waite as well after quite a big battle that was going on there. It was bound to end in tears. And it does seem one of the Sim Seniors cars, the 126 Aston Martin, has unfortunately spun go through that hairpin, has lost quite a few positions. About 7 or 8 positions just from that little mistake that happened with him and the Ferrari. So it just tells you how close this grid still is.
Just picking up on the replay of that. Oh, that was the Ferrari. Got on the grass on the way on the brakes, going into the hairpin there, and unfortunately it's like they locked up the rear tyres and then just speared off the side of the Aston Martin, which is what caused that yellow flag there, and both of them to lose time. That was a big hit on the rear end, basically square into the rear wheel on the Aston, so that might be an interesting one hang on to for a bit. If it's still drivable, is that car crabbing? I hope that car's not crabbing for their sake.
It seems the first corner is being a victim of many cars at the moment. A lot of spin happening.
Jones is having to recover. What happened to you? Follow you down the pit lane, pit straight here. Bit of a squeeze from McLaren in front. Goes in. Oh, that's what happened. So the BMW in front had a half spin. The McLaren that Jones was racing kind of got a little bit scrolled up on the inside there and checked up. The BMW had a half spin and then basically almost I'm not sure if they drove forward or whether Jones just drifted wide, not expecting the car to be there. And basically drove across the nose of BMW, spinning Jones around.
It could, yeah.
The stewards have got more angles and more time to look at it than we do. So again, we'll leave all of this to the stewards and reporting system. We're still inside we've just gone past 15 minutes in, so we're still under
live
stewarding. I will get there eventually, because I was looking for the reports. To see if there was anything, incident report outcomes. Nothing as of yet on that one, so we'll keep an eye out on that one and update you. Just as a quick, we have Mac. Mac is here. Mac has said hello to both of us on chat. Hello to you, Mac. Hope all is well, or as well as it can be for you. It was Tori McGonigal, sorry, we missed that a little earlier. I did hear it happen, I just hadn't spotted it come up in stream, so thank you very much for the subscribe on YouTube. And David, hello, you are always lovely to see in the chat as well. Twitch, how are we doing? Just good luck from people, and Dex moaning about the fact that I haven't got my level sorted out. For everybody, I do apologise. It's all a learning curve. Like I say, I'm doing the best I can with all of this. I really hope. Yes, I am using the new mic.
We do see, though, as well, go through the first corner again. This seems to be where most of the incidents do happen. We do see a few more battles starting to brew again. One being P18 and P19 of the triple 3296 and the McLaren 720S, either of the 224. Joseph does seem to have the better pace at the moment compared to its 296. I'm not sure if it was something that happened earlier and he's supposed to be further up in the grid. He does seem to have the better pace by quite a lot at the moment. It's over a second to say the least. But he is also under a lot of pressure from, unfortunately, the car I'm supporting, the PLR Esports of Bela Gajdan. Currently in P20, was about P5 when starting this race. So definitely a few of these drivers have had a few of incidents, to say the least, that has caused the grid to kind of mix up, which will make some racing a bit interesting going into the first pit stops, to say the least.
Indeed, as I say, I think this. As that Aston Martin goes for a move, that's brave. A little bit of door banging, but nothing major going through the hairpin there. It's impressive going for these drivers. They are giving it everything. Given that we're 45 minutes into the, 15 minutes into this race, as we have a yellow flag for Eduardo Perez there. What happened to you recovering there? 7077. Yeah, 077 just gets it a bit wide, runs off, and then 333 almost just follows in sympathy. Nicely done. Well recovered. No harm done to anybody on that one. But that has brought them into the middle of this battle now with Fabio, Perez, Youssef, and Gajan all now running line to stern. The 296 at the front of that is just edging away a little bit, actually just a half a second or so now, as the other two are right on each other's tails for that one. As brown, yellow flags, you are just
in the middle of the track.
stopped. Was that a disconnect, a spin, or what happened to you?
Can't be a disconnect. I assume it just spun.
Just looks like a possible possibly wheel disconnect or something. They just stalled out on track there and just kept all back up and running. No idea what that was. Anybody from that team, feel free to jump in chat and let us know on any of these minor technical glitches or anything. Just to put us in enlighten us and let us know what's going on. It's always interesting to see what's going on behind the scenes as everybody sits there and goes, how do we work all this out? It's all going wrong.
Let's see, they're going through. Currently P7, P8 and P9 all battling once again. Their pace is starting to be quite similar, so it could lead to some quite interesting racing here, as we do see Jones in the background as well, trying to catch up this quite small train, I would like to say. Going through 130R now. Hopefully no victims of 130R, especially in the wet. So let's just hope the drivers are sensible enough not to go side by side into this corner in general, let alone in the wet. We do see though the Porsche of Marioni Castiglioni, I want to say that is. It's definitely an Italian name. Going through the final corner all over the back now of Wilson to try take P7. Wilson, who was on course for taking pole position during qualifying, seemed to be losing a few positions now. Not sure what's happened here, if it's just a setup related confidence issue or if it is some sort of damage. It doesn't seem there's any damage on his car, but going through turn 1 he does gain a lot of time there, and it's now seems the Porsche 992 has C. Jones all over the back of him now going through Sector 1's S's, so I think it's all down to just could have been a potential mistake there from L. Wilson.
Ooh, I'm sorry, just to jump in that, I saw yellow flags come up. What happened there? That was a big one for White and Perez. Let's ping back this one, going down at the final corner. The two of them collect each other really hard. Okay, the Aston gets checked up again on the back of this, as we have a bit of a laggy car going on, runs wide. Spins, trying. Oh dear. I didn't see which car that was at the start, but it was the yellow, highlighted yellow McLaren. Looked like it got a little bit lit up the rear tyre there. Everybody kind of scattered, and then was just a passenger as they tried to avoid each other and everybody. As we see first of the penalties coming through now. So I'll just run through those quickly and then Alex can jump back in. 15 seconds car 88, major collision lap 1. 5 seconds car 600 causing a collision with car 500 lap 1. 10 seconds for car 333 causing collision with 126 lap 5. 10 seconds with 420 not holding their brakes and causing a collision. Car 8 with car 87 on lap 6. 5 seconds for car 21 with collision with car 88 lap 6.
Safe to say the stewards have definitely been busy, but one thing I do want to add about that peculiar incident we did see on the start-finish straight is the McLaren decides to go full reverse, full speed into the wall again, so he did RTG there with even more damage that he didn't really need. We did see another spin, unfortunately, from Ed Brown, seeming in the same place as well as last time. It seems, yes, it's starting to be a bit of a spinner place, as we do see once again the 992 of the 300 car still putting a bit of pressure here on L. Wilson, so he's all over the back of him now going into Sector 1. Is he going to try go for a move this lap? Because it seems he's a lot more confident going into Sector 1 than L. Wilson, but Wilson does seem to gain a lot more time on the cars ahead and lose the 992 behind him into Sector 2 and Sector 3, so it might be down to a setup in car, because obviously he's in that front engine BMW M4, as we also see the 992 is a mid-engine. So it's all just something that could be down to bop issue, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think that's a setup difference. The 992 being rear engine has fantastic drive out of the corners, but being a very, very light car doesn't necessarily have the outright power that the BMW will have. So there is a minimum weight, which is 1270 kilos, I want to say 1270, 1250, it's around that mark anyway. And then obviously the cars are balanced with ballast and what have you. Basically, I believe we're using LFM for this one. Proper for this as well, so there will be additional balancing up of the cars. But yeah, I think the Porsche's got certainly this coming into the sort of mid part of this stage. The car's very, very happy on its fuel load and its tyres, so happily getting through the corners. As you see, Di Castiglione really hassling that BMW into 130R as BMW gets a little bit sideways on the way in, but holds it all together as they go through into this last chicane before the final corner onto the straight. As I say, that final corner, it's deceptively tricky. It's got a huge bit of off camber, and if you get on the power, as we see these two, Wilson goes defensive, and as Castiglione runs to the outside, got the run on the outside, but can they get the job done? Not quite got the turn in on that Porsche. That has stalled them up slightly and left Jones to start pulling in behind in the Noobs RS Lamborghini there. So I continue back through the S's with that Porsche just really starting to hassle the BMW now. Oh, as we've seen it slowly drop back through the field as well, and again, Noobs RS Lambo was sticking their nose out there, just trying to unsettle the Porsche, just seeing if they can do anything to unsettle that car and unsettle the driver and just make their life a little bit awkward and remind them, if you make a mistake, I'm here. Similarly, Wilson has got to be careful that if that door is wedged open by that Porsche, they've got to make sure that they don't lose 2 places in the process of doing that.
Sorry, I was muted. This is the part of the pack that we do see the pace is quite similar, and this is what we do see when the most competitive racing is appearing, but it's also where mistakes are most likely to happen, because we do see, obviously, Castiglione and Wilson are very, very competent drivers, to say, with these two being quite fast. Same with C. Jones behind, who is, as you're saying, just looking to see these two make a mistake and gain those 2 positions. They are battling quite hard, but that also means they could have quite a bad accident, because they will think they are probably confident enough to go side by side through 130R, as I thought was just about to happen there. But they are, obviously, as I was talking about earlier, Wilson, as he goes very, very loose going through 130R, is a bit more confident through that final corner and can take, obviously, those curbs going through, as he's now got to go side by side, as they're actually going to pit maneuver him going into the pit there.
That's, BMW's just died for the pits anyway. Are they just going to drive through or not? Yeah, I'm glad I'm not in the steward's box for this one. That was unfortunate. It looks like it's sort of a little bit easy done through there if you don't expect to. You've got to run very high across the top of that corner. It looks like they're just going to pile in now, fix any of the damage they've picked up. May as well, as you were pointing into the pit lane anyway, do that, get the job done, get it sorted, and then just do your best to recover from that. As Lucas and Chris Southcott here are also getting they're hovering around the 0.4, 0.6 second mark between each other as we see them come out of the 2 Degners into the hairpin. This is again, none of this track is simple. Like, there's nowhere on this track that is a simple, easy place to make a pass, or it's fantastic for defending. You just make your car really, really wide, but to get a pass done, you've really got to be on it with each other, and just know where each other is as well, because it's a real challenge to get past here. There's not a lot of... There's areas where you could, but you've really got to commit to it and hope that the other driver knows where you are, because it could end in a really big accident really easily.
It's definitely a track that is meant for higher downforce cars. Obviously, we do see every pretty much class of racing race here. But yeah, it's more suitable for the cars of F1 and single-seater cars, and then obviously GT cars as well, as we do see quite a bit. But I've also... What I saw recently is a Clio Cup race around here, and it was probably the best race I've ever watched. and
Amazing.
it's just great.
Amazing. Just making a quick comment on the weather conditions. The rain has eased a little bit, and we're seeing as they're coming into 130R, just as we follow these three cars here of the Ferrari, the Mercedes, and the Ferrari. That is a Ferrari sandwich with a Merc in the middle. They're all, and again, as we see them running onto the pit straight, they're actually starting to run offline, which means their wets are starting to get quite hot online, which is not a good thing that you want to have to deal with. Whilst as the tyres, as I say, because the tyres move around so much more than a slick, they generate a lot more heat naturally, which is how they generate their grip. But as you're seeing through here, there's not really a lot of options to run offline to cool the tyres down. But whenever they get the opportunity, they're now starting to run offline as it's looking to stop raining in about the next 10 minutes or so as well. I've not seen when that changed over, so maybe fairly shortly we'll see the rain stop, because I'm just scanning around the screen to see if I can see if it's still raining. It is definitely still raining, but it's evidently getting less wet than it was, and certainly online it's less wet and a lot warmer than it has been, which is starting to play havoc with tyre pressures and temperatures as well.
What I have just been viewing while you were talking about the weather is this battle down on P18, once again, this PLR Esports. Amar has been ruthless trying to get past these cars. Not in a bad way, they have not made any sort of illegal overtake so far. They've been doing a great job just trying to keep it, but they are very, very confident with that car. He's now trying to get past what seems to be P17 and 16. Both of these cars have damage, it seems, so it might be an easy overtake, but we also do see Joseph as well in the background in that very, very green McLaren 720S trying to catch up. So if they just battle a bit too long, as we do see, but they go quite wide going through spins, that potentially might be a track cut there. That's another thing that we haven't talked about, I don't think, is the track cuts are quite lethal here around Sector 3, as we could potentially see drive-throughs through this as well, and obviously other pit lane penalties as well. So there's still a lot more penalties that can be applied during this race, even if there is no live shooting happening, which does end in the next minute and 23. So we will see the final penalties being applied now-ish.
Sorry, just catching up on chat. Thank you, Mad Rabbit, for that one. You might call it a pitting manoeuvre. So yeah, obviously on that incident with the Porsche and the BMW there, I have got so many screens trying to make sure I'm keeping an eye on all of them. I need, like, more eyes.
Easier said than done.
Oh, yeah. So, but yes, no, it is, it's all, we're half an hour into this, and it genuinely feels like one of the 1 hour, or one of the short sprint rounds that we do during a week. There's just, where on earth do you look? As we've got these, we've got that Aston that is just barreling up behind this train of cars, and coming through there. It's all really close, as we see Elias, Togs Esports, right under the rear wing of that Ferrari with another McLaren in. Yes, that is another no, that's... I'm getting stuck with all of the car shapes all of a sudden. So we have two Ferraris with a McLaren in the middle, and oh, just as we see that Aston just try to go for a move as everybody spreads out into the hairpin and just tags the back of that Ferrari. No harm done, doesn't seem like it's done anything major, nobody really got too checked up, but that has put Gajan now into the clutches of Josef in that green McLaren.
He is starting to catch up a tiny bit, but it does seem Flavio in the 33296 is doing quite a good job now of not trying to get this pressure from the two cars that is being created behind him of Fernando in the 38 McLaren 720S and obviously Posamato in the 30296. He does have a bit of damage, but seems to be quite fast. It definitely looks like a lot of damage, and it's the same with that 720S as well. It seems they both have a lot of damage, so I'm assuming they might be the faster driver in this scenario, but they have that disadvantage of the damage as well, as they actually go side by side here very unexpectedly, going through the start finish straight. Now it does seem the 296 does have the advantage in the speed here, gets past pretty much instantly, but we will see if it's not going to be a bump draft that's happening from behind from the 720S. No, he tries to block it off going in to turn 1. He keeps the car from behind. Now he goes up into P15, I believe, for now, and he does know it's P16 actually, but he does keep his position, as we do see the McLaren 720S does go quite loose going through the end of turn 1 there, and it does seem the position stay as it stands for now. So that's quite a unexpected move that we have.
Indeed, that 720 is a little bit loose on corner exit. We saw it through turn 1. 720 just lit its rear tyres up just slightly, which is what started that whole move off, and that has now brought the 720 into the clutches of the Aston, as we see the Aston going for it into the going through the Degners there, really right under the rear wing, sideways almost out of the full-on four-wheel drift through the second half of that corner, running up through this slight left-hander into the right-hander into the left-hander hairpin, as we see, again, they're all just spreading out, trying different lines, trying different ways of getting that drive down, trying not to overheat the tyre. I think the track's gone to damp, so the rain has stopped and the track has gone to damp. So this is going to be a game of who can hold out as long as the longest on their wets, so they don't have to make the extra pit stops for dries. Or do you run your short stint now and hope that still works out later on in the race? Because we see all of them pretty well, everybody going down through in 130R, trying to find the puddles, trying to find anywhere where there's some cold water to run those tyres through, and just bring the temperatures down.
Bella once again right at it, trying to get past LES Fernando in that Tobbs Esports McLaren 720S damaged car, you could say. He is all over the back of him. He's trying to get past. He's quite impatient, you could say, at the moment, but he is going to go straight for the inside line there. Elias trying to keep this position going into turn 1. He does have a lot of damage though, so he is definitely at that disadvantage, but Bella might try to go for that switchback. He tried to go for it there. It doesn't work for him just yet. He is just going to have to wait. It does seem he is quite a bit faster in most corners here, just over a second faster, you could say, going through laps now, so he should be able to get past pretty easily. But obviously it's all about the defending that actually matters here for Fernando, and it seems he's doing quite a good job at defending to keep Bella, who is probably the faster driver. I hate to break it to you, but he does seem to be the faster driver in this scenario. Not sure if that's the damage that's creating that, but it does seem Bella does have a tiny bit of bad damage. It's not as bad as what Fernando has, but we do see going further up as well, Pasamante, not Pasamante, that's a Spanish word, Pasamato, getting quite close there with another Ferrari. It's a Ferrari versus Ferrari here, so it's all down to setup and the driver capabilities now, so it's nothing to do with the engineering. Apart from the damage, they do have a bit of damage, both of them.
As it looked like Pasamato got past there, and that has kind of just got past and run away, pulling out half a second already on the grey 296 there. As we still see that Top City sports car being hassled by that Aston Martin. Runs in deep, gets it wide, and that lets the Aston straight through the middle of Spoon there. Aston again gets the drive on the exit and is cleanly through. Does leave the 720 with a draft coming through here, but they're not really going to be close enough coming into 130 and chicane really to do too much more about that. So looking through the field, we're sat here watching this battle because it's kind of strung out a little bit, as we see Jones right on the back of Southcott now. Car 87 on 316, really trying to get something done here as they are running through the last of the S's towards the end of Sector 1. Just coming out of there now, before we run into the King, which is the first? Yes, the first of the two Dageners. That used to be a longer corner than it is. Run under the bridge there. Into there and up into the hairpin. I will keep an eye on the back end of that as Corbin gets past. What happened there? Corbin gets past Tardalega in the Ferrari gets checked up behind the... Ooh! Ferrari gets checked up behind the Porsche, gives it a bit of a tap, and that just lets BMW run straight through up the inside on that hairpin. As we see absolute carnage as we come back, I'm going to do a quick jump back to find out what happened there as well. As that Ferrari dives up the inside through Spoon, gets on the curb, bounces itself wide into the back of the BMW as another... I didn't quite see which one that was come through and just swipes the front end of the BMW there as well. And that puts Joe... is that Joe? That puts Jones through as... puts them into battle with Jones. Side by side through the chicane, and that was not going to work. Jones just tagged the back of the BMW, which is now spun and is recovering into some clear track there. Well, that was a lot happening all at once.
I'm glad you took that, I'll be honest. Going back with Bella now, going side by side. What seems, I thought they were going to go one side by side there, going through 130R. Does just tuck himself back behind. That's in it. The 333.296. Both have penalties there. Obviously, we do see the 333 has that 10-second time penalty, which is more of a disadvantage. Then Bella's 5-second time penalty that will be applied during the first pit stops. As it does, he already tucked himself straight for that inside line, but Bella also tries to see if there's a bit of a gap he can go for. He doesn't go for it just yet. They both go for the racing line. Once again, going through the turn one. This is just another repeat. Bella just gets close, but then loses the time somehow and gets close again. It hasn't been able to get past yet. However, that green McLaren of Joseph, who is very, very close to Fernando, trying to get this position of P18. Now, as we do see, he is getting closer going through the S's, but is it going to be close enough before Degner 1 and 2? It's Degner, right? Or am I just making words up? I think that's Monza, isn't it?
No, Monza at the top of the circuit is the Lesmos, and then it's Degner 1 and 2 is the 2 coming out of the, as we see, as we see the Aston Martin go fully sideways through there. We are in Japan, drifting is an optional extra.
I like that.
So, yes, there we go. The Lesmos, the 2 right-handers at the top of Monza, and then it's the 2 Degners here, which are the ones just after the S's.
I see, so I was right. Come on.
We've not watched far too much commentary in general on motorsport. It's as specific as Simone and Elio, and I'm going to find out your first name, Thomas, because I really can't pronounce your second name there. In the 3 Ferraris, they're all going at it. There's a 4th one in the back there from some seniors as well joining the party. All of these are within half a second of each other. This is literally down to driver and setup. As we see, I'm going to go and just have a quick look on a rear wing, because you see how little spray there is now. These tyres are... these tyres are going to be so unhappy. So the difference with some series is you might, depending on what you followed before, unlike Formula 1 and other series, there is a full wet or a full slick. There is no intermediate or anything in between. There is 1 compound of slick tyre, 1 compound of wet tyre. So when you get into these middling conditions where you might see other series go on to an intermediate or something, a more middling conditions tyre, they're still out there on stuff that they started with in terms of tyre conditions. So
following with track conditions now, we do see rain is predicted in the next half an hour now, so this is where it does spice up pit stops if you stay on those wet tyres, which you probably should do because it's still a damp tyre, well, a damp track should I say, so it should be, the wet tyres are probably still optimum.
It will be optimum, but as we see, everybody's trying to, on the straighter sections of track, everybody's trying to search out those puddles and those wetter, cooler bits of the track to try and find where they can cool their tyres down and everything. From that, I've just had a quick look at penalties because it looks like there has been some more come through as we see 600 run wide through Spoon, which lets 619 through, but he's able to come back right on the tail of 619. 9 as they run down. Are you going to try anything? Oh, this is tight. Defending on the way into 130, but backs out of it. 600 just backs out of it slightly. That's the sensible thing to do. Don't try any heroics now. Your teammates will not be happy if that goes wrong.
It is just getting very close between these two drivers. Obviously, that little mistake from the 619, well, not the little mistake from the 619, the little mistake from the 600 did let the 619 pass, and now he has all of this other, well, what seems to be 3 cars to deal with, of this pressure from the small little train that's starting to develop as he goes back for the racing line after defending his position. Going through the first turning, it's going to start getting faster this corner, but those tyre temperatures are going to increase as well, which is going to lead to more spins as we do see, but obviously that rain is probably going to be a blessing for some drivers who prefer wet to dry conditions. If we do see a fully dry track, that is something we'll have to see, as there's still 3 hours and 17 minutes left. About 30 minutes of rain could be a spittle, but we don't know just yet.
Indeed, as we see, we've got a couple of drivers in the pits now. We have Fuller and Gabriel are both in the pits now for service. I don't know whether that's damage or whether that is just overheating their tyres and going, I want some fresh rubber because I have nothing left at this point. Rolling the dice again with a 65-minute stint time. If you run to that 65 minutes every single stint, you will be 5 minutes longer past the hour into each one, so it will make your last stint about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes shorter than everything else. So you'll be looking at almost a half-length stint at the end. Now, fuel for half a stint is less time than it takes to fit tyres, so that's going to be something that plays out towards the end of the race. Who's going to run, who's going to do what come the last round of pit stops, as everybody is just adjusting through and making sense of everything. Whether people are going to take the opportunity potentially to do that short stint now, just get onto some fresh tyres. The track is still damp, but there is very much a dry line, as you can see in the middle of the racing line is very, very dry now. So if you can stay online, do you go to slicks and hope that you can be okay? But with rain in 30 minutes, yeah. Do you try and time your next pit stop with the rain coming down again? By running essentially an hour. No, because it's half an hour, isn't it? Oh, this is going to be a monster for everybody watching. It's a monster. I like sitting here doing all the strategy, and this is burning my brain quite well.
It all depends on how long this rain lasts and how severe the rain actually is, because at the moment we don't know much information. It does just seem to be light rain, but will it decrease or will it increase? So it could stay a damp track is all we could know, but it could be for the next 3 hours of rain, so that's one thing you have to take into terms.
Indeed, it could come through and then just, I mean, we did a 24-hour race Indy in the first 4-5 hours were rain. That was not fun.
I think I did that race. Was that Onid by any chance?
Yes, it was the Onid Indy. We were out in it was just after 1.8 turned up, and we were out in a, like, oil slick, Lexus, at Indy, in the wet.
Oh, did you retire by any chance?
Yeah.
Were you, I think I know your teammates.
Yeah.
I think your car accidentally took out our car.
Oh, sorry.
It's alright.
Whatever happened, it was not intentional. That car was lethal in its setup in the end. It was brutal. We set out reasonably safe, and then none of us liked the way it drove because it was too understeery, so we ended up taking far too much rear wing and sticking too much ride height in it, and it did not work.
We had an issue with driver swap. We were up in P13, and then, oh my god, what's happened there? It seems a 600 car just collides going side by side with a Mercedes of the 102 into 130R, which causes both of them to make contact and lead the 600 back into his original space. So
Oh, that started way earlier on. Sorry, I just jumped back 30 seconds on a replay. So 600 gets it lively coming out of through the middle of Spoon, and 260 has to take avoiding action up the inside there. Then too wide into 130R. The Mercedes just jinxed to try and open the corner up slightly, and just is the unlucky party now and goes for a spin as the 600 runs out wide a little bit through the gravel there. So we are outside of the window, but I think that maybe some conversations with the stewards are going to be had there. From that one, that was a little bit unkind. As we see some cars in the pits. Oh, 256, what happened to you?
Looks like that was... It seems to be going up and going again. Not sure what happened. I think he just went wide.
Looks like possibly was letting a back marker go. Is a back marker to a fellow Sim Seniors car, so we just backed out of that one well and truly and let them pass. So nice bit of friendly driving as we see Gajan in the pits at the moment, taking service of some form. As the battle with Jones and Connell there hasn't really stopped, as the track's gone to greasy now, so oh, that's a call and a half. Do you try and stay out on potentially very, very hot, worn-out wets, or do you risk going for slicks at this point?
They're going to have to pit either way in the next 12 to 17 minutes. So I reckon you just stay on these wet tyres for as long as you can and hope for this rain to be good rain. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but quite powerful rain, and go back for the wets, because at the moment it seems to be the only call, because this rain either way will put the track back to a damp condition, so it's still going to be wet optimum. So I believe at the moment it's now a dry optimum. If anyone is on the dries, I can check, but I have a feeling most people will be on the wet compound of tyres.
Is that in Simgrid? No, not Simgrid.
What, the tyres?
Yeah.
What you can do if you go... Do you have ACC race control, or are you using ACC TV?
I have race control at open.
Okay, I'll tell you in a minute, but it seems Corbin on the 1989 BMW M4 is on the dry tyres. Okay. I'm not sure if that's the only car that is. Oh no, we also see, it seems, Joseph in the 224 McLaren is also on the dry tyres. Same with the PLR eSports car of Bella Gujden in the 21 Aston Martin. Same with P25, P26 isn't, but it seems there are a few cars.
Sorry to jump in there, I just had a quick... Oh, that was contact with car 260. I now see how this works. Sorry, I am entirely learning all of this, and just clicked on a page and it did something that I wasn't entirely expecting. There we go. Sorry, car 260 there with one of its incidents. Sorry, jumping back to Jones here, still on the back end, car 500 there. Yeah, was it you found that?
So what you can do on the HUD page, if you go to basic, it can tell you the tyre compound. It won't tell you anything else, but it will tell you the tyre compound.
Oh, so it does. I did not know that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, again, I'm still learning all this software. I've only done a handful of these, so everything is... I'm not the best with technology. As we flick through... we've got the pines. Yes, there we go, that's got all the ballast in it as well.
Currently P4 and P3 are battling a tiny bit, going through what seems to be turn one. They were very close with each other, about a tenth between them both. Is it going to be a bit of a side by side going through the S's? I'm not sure if they are going to be confident enough to do this on these on the wet tyres they both are on. None of these drivers in the top 10 have pitted yet, but they will have to pit in the next 9 to, I'm going to say, 13 minutes or so.
I was going to say, both these cars are looking loose, well and truly going through these corners. Going in on the brakes, they're squirreling around, and getting on the power, they're all over the place. So I think, having not pitted, they're definitely struggling on these, on the state of their wets, as we see. That was not a good place for that Mercedes to come back on track. I realise you can't make your car disappear, but maybe keep an eye on your map a little bit more. What else have we...
Now, there is no update on the rain situation yet, so I feel like the people who are on the dries are very risky at the moment if it is going to rain quite a bit, or if it's only going to rain for, let's say, the 10-minute period that it could do. It's only that light rain as well, so it's very difficult to predict.
Given that it's still saying 30 minutes away, if this goes out, I would be almost inclined to roll the dice and hope that it's a short, light bit of rain. And if your tyres are shot and you're struggling, I would be inclined to, as we see Brown here in the pits as well, there's a few close battles going on with a few drivers here. That's a Ferrari on Ferrari there going up through the long curve up before Spoon. I would be almost inclined to roll, certainly those that are further back, possibly roll the dice if you're needing to pit, and go slicks just to try it. It might not be the right answer, but if it works out and it's a short bit of rain and the track dries up, I mean, the track and the air temp aren't amazing here. They're only 19 and 23, respectively, so the track's not drying that quickly, but it's definitely something to consider if you're further back and wanting to try and make some places up. Because if it doesn't rain too much and you're able to make time on those with shot wets, which by this point will probably be more or less resembling slicks anyway.
Now this is the update, and I feel like wet tyres is going to be optimum here. As we can see, there has been a rain change going to more heavier rain now in 30 minutes. So I believe the wet tyres are going to be the play. So it's still close, but this is where we can see if you're on the dry tyres, you can lose a lot of time, but you can also gain a lot of time. But now it's gotten more and more heavy. I feel like a lot of these dry tyre users are going to be more and more incompetent in this wet weather.
Yeah, the trouble is how much do you take out of your wet tyres running in these slicker conditions for half an hour, in these drier conditions for half an hour before that rain turns up? Because they're coming into kind of the last 10 minutes or so of their stint times now. So, what are we on stint wise? Obviously everything. So everybody from 16th, from 15th up is all on a 53-minute stint so far. As 16th of Corbin has just pitted and is 6.5. It's just coming up on 7 minutes into their stint. As is Gajan, and we've got some nice speeds coming through from the Aston at 259 k's an hour, and also from the Mercedes as well, through the speed traps there. So basically after 15th, 16th, it starts to open out a little bit in terms of who's done what for stint time. So how much do you risk a set of fresh wets in greasy conditions, or do you just hope that whilst it's a very, very heavy chunk of rain that's due, is it that it's very, very short? Or do you just go for it and hope that you can make your wets survive up until that point?
This is one of the few softwares that have these weather benefits where you can actually see the exact time when the weather is going to change is probably going to be the better and probably over the higher advantage. I do use it, but I was going to open it, but I realised I don't know if it's on this PC. But we do see, not to alarm me, but we did see a 4-wide scenario a few seconds ago. It seems P7, P6, P5 and P4 are all not P4, but about these 3-4 cars are battling quite heavily now for position of what seems to be P4 or P5. So, not to alarm you, but that was quite scary.
Was that inside the last 30 seconds or so? Because I will go back and find that.
I'm not sure. It was this lap, so...
Okay, well... sorry, apologies that we missed that on stream. I have now picked up this battle of 5 5, 6, and 7, all running line astern here. We have 3 different manufacturers as well. We have McLaren from Porsche from Ferrari, so you'll see as the laps go through here, the gap will ebb and flow as drivers. Yeah, that track is, whilst it's greasy, it's basically bone dry. There's almost no puddles left on this track anymore. Anybody on wets is going to be struggling. They are going to be heating up so much. As we see the Porsche dive for the pits, I'm going to assume its rears are melting and screaming at it.
I think
with
it's
that
the same
car.
with the 600 296 as well. Spinning going through spoons on those, what seem to be, I can check now, is on the wet tyres, so definitely dying now these tyres, but I feel like he needs to come in this lap or so.
Yeah, everybody's got kind of 5 minutes or so, 5 or 8 minutes left on their stint, 5 to 8 minutes left on their stint now, so it's gonna be tough. That is the question. Is this going to be a shower, or is this going to be a bigger bit of rain? It's still saying 30 minutes away, and it's been saying that for about the last 10 to 15 minutes. So it hasn't got close enough to be
5 minutes.
Yeah, but it hasn't moved to the inside of 10 minutes, which would say that it's due. So it's... I will say the weather mapping on ACC is about as annoying as the real weather is, and it's probably, for anybody outside the UK watching this, having a right royal giggle at two Brits yammering on about the weather, but when it's this varied, it's quite interesting to talk about, and it plays quite a big part.
Speaking about the weather, here in Wales, I know, insert sympathy here, we went from hailing earlier to now literally no clouds in sight. So... is that going to be... oh, it's 10 minutes now light rain, 30 minutes heavier rain.
Oh, okay. Anybody that can muscle out, run to the end of your stint and chuck wets on, I think, would probably be the answer. They're going to stick them on, like, no pressure to start with, because you're going to melt them. Would be the situation if I was having to do engineering for one of the teams. Here, I would just bang a load of, extra... of like no pressure in them, and hope that you don't melt them before it rains again.
Do is just stay on these tyres as long as you can. Use these tyres as a pair of recce's until you can get as close as you can.
Yeah, run to the end of your stint. You've got about 5 minutes before you have to pit. So we will see the top. We will see people having to pit now. This is going to be a tough strategy call for everybody as to what on earth you do with your tyres, with stint timing, because yes, it's heavy rain in 30 minutes, but it's also how long. It's still a game of how long that lasts. That 10 minutes could be a shower, and that 30 minutes could still be further away. So we shall see.
I have a feeling we're overthinking it a tiny bit. I feel like it is just going to be a full-on shower for probably maybe 30 to 50 minutes or so, as we saw at the start of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be how much it changes things, and who can muscle out, as we've got car 500 and car 3. Car 500 just finished their pit stop. Car 3 is currently taking service. You are coming from wets. I will be curious to see what you take when you leave the pits. Tyre-wise, anybody else pits now? It's just you. You have opted to do something. We shall see. This might be a long stop due to damage as well, so... I see that car come down, and it's rolling now. So, what have we got? They'll go roll down the pit lane, then when they hit timing beam on the exit, that should change. Are they still on wet? Looks like they've gone for a fresh set of wets in this part, number 3, as one of the Sim Seniors, Clarence runs around the outside into turn 1 there. Very nicely done from that Ferrari, just held the line. Oh, that was a twitch and a half. That Ferrari did not know there was McLaren up the inside. McLaren survived, taking it to the grass a little bit, is now right on the tail. moves out of the way and just touches the rear end of that McLaren as they go past. No harm done, just gentle nudge. As that McLaren has just driven past everybody. I think this 2-2 is that back mark. It's 2-2-4. No, that was entirely for position by the looks of things. Yes, it was. Nice work. Use the fact that the Sim Senior's car got checked up and then just drove past the lot of them. You're also on dry tyres, so we do see that advantage. Just absolutely driving past them there on dries. So this will be an interesting situation to deal with. Like I say, they're on dries, and how long have they been out for? Just a time, 20 minutes. So you've been out on wets for a while, on dries for a little while, and muscled it out to try and get some time back. This will be an interesting one. Actually, I'm gonna keep half an eye on this McLaren, because, like I say, they're on slicks, but they're 20 minutes into their stint, so if they can muscle it out, they might be able to get most of the way through a stint before it gets too wet on these tyres for the slicks. As we see Fernando, Posamato and Michin all in the pits as well for their stops.
Thinking about it now, when we were talking about probably Lorraine stopping where it came to a lower percentage of a damp track, I reckon the strategy might have been to go on those slick tyres, even though it says wet tyres are optimum, because you went from obviously slick, damp, greasy, and now green, so you are actually probably gaining time thinking about it, but you will obviously potentially lose quite a bit of time as well. I think
those that have gone early onto slicks, like we saw with that McLaren, may gain quite a bit of time. They're up to 14th now. They haven't scored as fastest lap of the race. Gajan is 2:02.6 with the fastest lap of the race now, with their last lap. So that's not hanging about, and they are on. They're on dry as well. So now the question is, do you run a dry set of tyres that you've used that are part warm, so they come up to temperature quicker in these cooler conditions, that you use in practice or qualifying, just so that they come up to temperature a bit quicker and a bit easier, or do you run a fresh set and potentially burn them, knowing that they won't necessarily come up to temperature and pressure as quickly? As we see Joan, 3rd through to 7th, all have bailed for the pits as well.
It's difficult to think now. Obviously, there's so many different options you could take for this pit strategy, but there are so many ones that can be quite wrong, and there's going to be quite a few that are quite right, and it's difficult, and this is why I never do pit stops.
And this is why I quite like all of this, because it makes you sit there and go,
I like watching it. I hate being in it.
As we see Paul, who is still on a set of wets from the start, running, that car is really unhappy. Sliding all over the place. Just cannot get any power down. Fortunately, has 45 seconds on Corbin at the last split, so it will be interesting to see how that comes down at the end of this sector as they go through now. So we'll see when that car comes through the gap there. What is that gap at the moment? It's come down to 30 seconds. Woohoo! You are not going to like the fact that we saw that on camera. That was very sideways, almost pointing completely the wrong way into the chicane there. Basically just dives across all of the runoff area and heads straight for the pit. I'm sorry, I can completely understand why you'd be wanting to. You cannot go any longer on your time. Have you actually...
I'm not sure if I was paying...
105.8 was the time across the board. So I don't know if they'll have any issues with going over on drive time there, but they were theoretically 8 seconds longer than they should have been on track. You could see that they were getting close.
Leader.
What?
Are you just talking about the leader? Because they have got a drive-through penalty. Sorry, I went for a second to.
Okay. I hadn't spotted the DT, and they've got stop go plus 30 for speeding as well.
Oh my god!
Oh, that is
Retired.
just. I think they're gonna. I fear they may now park it for the race.
There's still so much time left. There's 2 hours and 54 minutes left of the race, and you're in quite a good spot. You might.
Yeah, I would just
obviously
run around,
lose your
take
position.
it, and go. Have they?
Gasolina also getting a stop go fee as well. I'm not sure if you were speaking about that.
Gasolina.
Mercedes number 1.
So you have as well. That might be.
Pit related.
Yeah, that drive-through might entirely be drive time related. So the drive-through might have been drive time related, or pit lane speed limit. 2 minutes. So Gasolina has just come out the pits. They got 2 minutes or so into their first stint now, so they pitted and put fresh wets on by the looks of things.
It might be the call. The race is scheduled to come at any minute now.
Okay, this will be an interesting one. As we see Paul just dropping down the order there. Gasolina's now going to drop down because they pitted. Gajan on dries is just carving through the field. Field now into third with what is your fastest lap? 2:02.86 just makes another place there on the exit list happen. It looks like everybody around them that they are overtaking is all on. Ooh, that was a moment and a half, and there's the rain.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it gets heavier. This is going to be a kind of stormy conditions in a way.
Oh, this is getting worse in 10 minutes and then really bad in 30.
These
Well,
guys are not going to be fun. It's fast track though, so
it's gone to green already. It's just immediately gone to green. So, as we're here just watching all of this going on, I'll explain this a little bit more. So, for those that haven't, we were chatting about this earlier on in one of our other streams that we were doing, is the track conditions. You go from, you've got optimum, which is loads of rubber down, you've got fast, which is some rubber down, but not amazing, and then you've got green, which is basically none on the racing line, and then you have the damp, greasy, and full wet conditions, which is relating to how wet the track is, but obviously the rubber will get washed away to some degree on the surface of the track, so that's why we saw it go from fast, and as soon as the rain started it basically went to green, because the rubber hasn't been burned into the surface like it would do other times, so it's just kind of washed off as the rain started there.
Update, by the way, G-Porter, the original leader with that stop go 30 seconds, is back out in the tracks, so I'm assuming it might have been a technical issue, or he has just regained motivation to continue the race.
It may be that just they took the penalty as all of it as it comes, rather than trying to muscle it round for another lap to then do a stop go and lose even more
he still
time.
has the stop go 30. He still has that stop go 30,
Oh,
unless
so he
it's
does.
another one.
Oh yeah, okay. They must have just bailed for the pits, changed something, and then what tyres do you want? It must be I'm assuming they must have changed to a fresh set of wets then. Taking time penalties as needed for returning to garage, and then gone from there.
I will say I'll just be back in 1 second. I need to go onto my door.
No worries. So yeah, as all there now down at 22nd. Yellow flags car 87. You are looking like you're on dries. No, you're on wets, but squirreling around quite a bit there. So here we have lap times and what people are currently doing. Also the handicap that all the cars have been given prior to the start of this race, so this is extra ballast on top of whatever the game's given them. As we see various cars there. with their various ballasts, so have weight removed. It's all just to bring them into a closer ideal lap time. As we see, Jones is out there again, hassling the back of car 500 in third. Gajan has had to pit, obviously out on slicks, has now had to very much pit very quickly, as those slicks will be losing heat and grip very, very quickly. I can see why when they pitted away, they did what they did. It was an improving situation. I think they made up a fantastic amount of places, and I think overall should still be up from where they were as they come out of the pits now as well. As we see this battle with Jones in car 87 and Connell Lucas in car 500, with another of the noobs RS car 80s. No, that was a back marker. I didn't see which number that was to know which car that was they were running past, but it was another of the noobs RS cars. Any more close gap as we have yellow flags for you, and I didn't. What happened there? Is that a return to? Not quite sure what happened there. Stalled up in the pit lane. I'm assuming just sorting its bits out prior to running into the box. Just make sure they had everything set up as they needed. No point. It's better to take the extra second or two there than have to run back down the pit lane for another time. As we see some more pit callers again further down the field. As Mazza is, it looks like we've had some driver changes as well through here. So Mazza is in the Ferrari, very much hassling a 420 BMW there as that goes over the curb big time and managed not to make contact and just dive up the inside there and make most of the mistake from the BMW and is passed. That is rather interesting because it's the 98 Road Racing livery with not the 98 number on it. Wonderful. That car's still showing as a yellow flag, and it's just sat in its pit box for whatever reason. We'll go back to this battle with Jones. That is, I think, a launch number 313. Where are you? 313. 313 Figgins. I thought I recognised that car. Is back there. Looks like they are a lap down on these two cars that are battling here, but very much able to sit behind. Now, if you are able to overtake and make a gap to the car ahead of you, then you can do it. Oh, Ferrari gets checked up. That was not fun. Ferrari gets checked up, and in the middle of that, and the Lambo has very much made some ground on there, unfortunately costing quite a bit of time, as that now puts Jones into the lead of the race overall. Well done there. I'm assuming that's just as cars have pitted, they've dropped down through the order. What tyres are you on? I'm assuming you are on wet, yes. Just take a second to breathe. There is no shortage of stuff going on. We have car 300 Corrado in that Porsche, along with Wilmot on the. Well, this is a fairly common side that we've seen from other races. Wilmot on Corrado in their Ferrari and McLaren, respectively, are very much trying to occupy the same amount of track together. The McLaren definitely looks a lot happier than the Porsche going through the corners. Porsche has got that rear engine drive out the corner and made slightly easier by the McLaren just getting checked up through the middle of that last section of track there. But it's still right on the tail, that Porsche. As we see Sims 121, Sims Senior's car is in the pits along with Caprese down in 29th. Looks like we've had a couple of disconnects as well. We were up to 31, we're now down to 28 on track. I believe it was the last round at Mazzano. So these two were going at it for most of the race. These two cars, 300 and 316. For that one, due to report-based penalties we've had come through, I think everybody has served all of their penalties at the moment. They've all been through pit. But there was 5 seconds for car 122 causing a collision with car 99 on lap 17. So as that all updates, we will update yourselves on that one. Any more battles anywhere? Around a second for car 38 and car 260. Cars exit pits. As the BMW has made its way into there, and that was too wide through 130R. Well done to everybody involved making that one happen. 99 has just managed to run around the outside of Wilmot in the 316, around the outside of 130R. I take my hat off to you, sir. Well done.
I respect that, so don't try that, please. I'm sure the incident reports will be a bit interesting if that happens more than one time, so I don't encourage you to do that, but if you've got the confidence and you think you're not going to die, try it. It's definitely interesting.
Things are life interesting, that's for sure.
That's true.
So you see that BMW, that 99 BMW is very happy in the wet as it just tags the back end of the Porsche. Don't try that at home. I wouldn't recommend it. Properly up behind that for that Porsche. It is that 99 is clearly set up very much for wet conditions. It dropped back into dry. But now the track's got back to being very, very wet. It's pulling back through. It's clearly a car that's set up for wet, and is making its presence known now. With Solberg still at the wheel of that one.
Now, we're only an hour and 90 minutes into this race, so we can't say it's paid off yet, because obviously we still have 2 hours and 41 minutes of this race left. But you could definitely say it is working so far. He is still battling.
Yeah. I think this is going to be the case. Those that have run a slightly more conservative, slightly softer wet setup, as the conditions, I think it's going to be this for the whole race now. It's just going to be on and off. I'm going to say it's probably going to be on and off rain, a little bit like what we saw at Silverstone with these cars. As it's another little nudge from that Porsche. That BMW is desperately trying to get past. It's got so much more mid-corner speed, but the Porsche's got the drive on the exit and can't do anything. It just can't do anything about it. Now, this time around, are we going to see some more heroics around the outside? Goes for a move up the inside? No, not quite. Not going to manage that one there. But does this put the BMW in a position to be able to do something on the brakes? Definitely shows the nose up the inside, sends it across the curb. Oh, a little bit of door bashing.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure. I'm going to leave that to anybody that wants to report that one if they do. For contact, contact creating a pass. But that is now Solberg up into 5th.
One thing I've got to add, P4 is still on the dry tyres on a wet circuit, so he will start losing his places. Obviously, he's quite close to this huge battle that we've just been covering. Well, Zita's been commentating on. But it's...
How are you holding on to that car? These atrocious conditions to be out in slicks on.
I also put your hats off for him.
Yeah, well done very much. Obviously, you can see the cars, the Solberg in that. Whoa, car 600. What happened to you? You have
as well.
You have not had a happy time. You're on the outside of 130R in the wall. Let's see as you come out Spoon running down. This looks like it's entirely on your own. Sim Senior's car up ahead. turns in... Yeah, it turns in just back end, says goodbye, and exit stage right. Managed to keep it out of the wall, actually. Apologies for that. Well done for keeping that out of the wall. It looked initially, when I looked at that one, that they hadn't, but they managed to. As we see Smith Adams now right on the back of car 500 as well.
So the battle you were broadcasting earlier, just to say, P6 of Willamette is also on the dry tyres, and he seems faster than a few people on the wet tyres.
I mean, if you can make it work, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue.
God. He nearly just went side by side with dry tyres on a wet circuit through 130R, so I'm glad he didn't do that, but that was very close to actually happening.
Stone Cold Toga. What? How? You are not human.
Oh, P12 is also on the dry tyres, P13, P15. I think
and that is a change for position. Willamette goes past. Willamette has gone past Dos Santos there as well, and yeah, all said and done, just driven away. Had a little bit of backmarker issues with the Sim Senior's car, but it's now put Dos Santos into the clutches of the BMW. What tyres are you on? You're also on dries and having... Yes, you're the one that's been dropping back on dries, and Willamette is on dries and is just going for it. I suppose if you can keep enough energy into the tyre, it's got traction, and just wind the traction control and have you up. Traction control and ABS up, and can make it work, go for it. As we see, still right on the tail of car 500, Lucas, we've got Smith Adams right there on the back. Anything happens, that is going to be all over. As we see Gasolina right up the back of... I can't pronounce your surname, I do apologise. Manages to make that pass to stick. You are on... that Ferrari is on slicks still, and clearly struggling themselves there. As we can see the spray coming off the back of these cars. So, and Gasolina is on wet in that Mercedes. Coming up on that car 38 from Tobbs Esports with, let's just change back so I can see, with Chef on board. So has swapped out, looks like they're probably going to do singles now. Each of these some of these drivers doing doubles, some of them doing singles, depending on what they are happiest doing with the conditions. And driver times, as Corrado is on the tail of Dos Santos as well in that Ferrari.
So we do see a few other battles starting to occur again. I'm surprised we've seen the battles for this long. We will obviously see the unfortunate part of battles starting to die off probably in the next 35 minutes or so, where we go into the halfway mark. We do see Smith Adams all over the back of Kogut still for P2, so that's still quite a fresh battle that we've seen. Followed by Corrado and what seems to be P6 of Dos Santos in the 296, about 6 tenths away from each other, and then we see this big battle here, which seems to be Chief or Chef, one of the two, Gasolina, and also Zakian, I think that's it, 296, and also we do see Rios is well part of this, so that is probably one of the biggest battles we do see on the track from now. But we do see the Chef or Chief, I'm going to have to find out which way his name is actually pronounced, but he is all over the back of Rios for now. But Gasolina is also starting to make a gain after how much he's battling. He's now going to go side by side going into start finish straight with these two drivers. This is not going to go well, I don't think. They have just went single file once again, but is he going to try go for a move going into turn 1? Probably not the most recommended idea, as we do see heavier rain in 10 and 30 minutes, so we could see a potential flooded track. Maybe not, but that would be kind of interesting.
Indeed. I was just having a quick look as we were scanning down through. Figgins and Compresi were going very much hammer and tongs there. Figgins went for a move on the outside. Unfortunately, just got onto the grass, ran wide, and couldn't recover and has dropped back now. But is very much closing in rapidly on Caprese there. Is now back inside, coming up to half a second on Caprese there. This is the battle for 27 to 28 overall. They are a lap down on the leaders, but 2 laps down? 3 laps down. Oh, you've not had a fun time. But again, literally all the way through the field, from first down to last, there are battles going on. And I just saw the gap and thought, why not? We'll see what's going on here. As that the Figgins' Noob Zaras Ferrari against the 88 Ferrari is just clearly a lot nicer. Wow, they're getting 88 is flustered by having that by having the 313 behind, just jinking around a little bit in the braking zone, trying to keep the car under control, just trying to keep that car behind. But I feel this is more of a when more than an if, as Figgins runs wide going through Spoon. There's a couple of... Most of this track's got... just a touch there as they go through... Sorry, carry on.
Sorry, the 600 car did spin going into 130. We also do see another yellow flag. No, I think that's going into sector 2. He is still a slow car, but he is both recovering now. But we do see the 600 car now has a lot of pressure from the 992 behind him as well, as I hear some interesting noises from you, so I'll let you carry on.
That's alright, just did a quick flick back on the 619. Looks like they managed to loop it on their own coming out of the S's, that uphill left-hander. It's an easy one to loop it in the dry, let alone in the wet. So they have dropped back now there, as we see Corrado is still struggling to get past DeSantos in the 1-2-2. That car is on slicks. Still doesn't make sense.
Legend.
Well done indeed. As Mazza is right on the back. 2 more Ferraris going for it. Is this going to work? Yes, well done. Can they hold it on the exit? Yes, indeed. Mazzi has managed to do that on up the inside into the hairpin, as we see one of the Sim Seniors cars coming through as well. Was that also for position? No, that looks like it's a back marker, possibly. I'm struggling to see car numbers now. Car 2, car 3. Yeah, no, car 333. No, car.
Oh my god.
Yes, sorry, that was... I'm getting entirely... What was yours you just found?
Sorry to interrupt completely, but when that happened, I think you might want to get a replay on that, but the battle for last is definitely not the most of boring battles, you could say. They were side by side for practically the entire of Sector 1, but unfortunately it did end in tears for what seems to be Figgins in the 313. If you could probably try and get a 30 to 60 second replay on that, you probably won't be disappointed, to say the least.
No, that was impressive. 88 got dropped back there by 313 going through the Degners. Just ran... got run out a little bit wide there, which was crazy in that 88. Run out wide and got hung out to dry. Like I said, I think that was an if more than a when, as Figgins is just running away now. They closed up like 2 seconds in like a sector and a half previously, so that car is, whilst it may be down the back of the grid due to issues earlier on, it is not not being a slouch at all, as they are going to go through on a 205, 206 for their last lap. No, that's going to go through 211, sorry, for the last lap.
Do you just see there are a few other battles starting to appear again? We do see, obviously, the Gasolina is still in this battle here. It's not had a break so far, trying to get past Rios, but they have quite the same pace, you could say. But we also see, I believe, it's Ed Brown and Chef. All together, this battle is what used to be that train of 4 cars now going into 2 battles. We do see the Ferrari trying to go side by side with each other now after a little bit of a mistake from the mechanic, go side by side going through the final part before the hairpin, and they do just end up in the same position. There is going to be a switchback there from the 296. Gets the move done, but is this going to be the end of the battle? No, it is not. The McLaren does strike back going into the inside line before Spoons. Now, is it going to work? He does have the outside line to Spoons, which is a heavy disadvantage to say the least. It's not going to matter though. The 296 does get past with the 121. 296 gets past to get this move done, but obviously, what's it called?
Gets it loose through the middle on the exit, and towards the exit of Spoon. 38 is coming back hard against them there. Sorry to jump in there. Still managed to hold on to the place. The 720 didn't quite get as good a drive as would have liked out of there if they run into Spoon. This battle is not over, as we have a 5-second penalty for car 30 for causing a collision with car 420 on lap 32.
So there is still live Stuart. What's happening now?
So it is report based. So anybody, if one of your other teammates who's watching, can report in to the stewards with anything that happens.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I should know that.
That's fine. As Willamot is still out on slicks, is racing for 5th, and is in a right sandwich with that 420 BMW and the 500 Ferrari in front of it. That was genuinely, I was almost expecting that to go 3 wide through 130 there, because they were all, the only way I can describe it is trying to occupy exactly the same space simultaneously.
Seem though, Joseph once again with the other McLaren of the 38 car, still just striking back once again, but this time with another McLaren going through the Degners now. Does have the inside line going for it. He has the move done, but is that going to be the end? Joseph tries to strike back to try retaliate to get this position back. It isn't going to work just yet, and it seems the 38 car has just got that position out of nowhere. But if they battle too much, we also do see what seems to be an Aston Martin, which I believe isn't for position. This could be a factor to let a blue flag car by. But it does seem though he loses a lot of time there just trying to let go of this Aston Martin, which I believe is a lap ahead of them. But I'm not actually sure right now, but it does seem the 600 car is gone a bit wide going in to Degner 1 and 2, which has caused them to go on the grass and lose a position or so.
Has 38 and 224 McLaren right up against the back of car 38 there. There was a little bit of contact through the middle of that as well. Nothing major, as Willamot is still right on the tail of car 500, is desperately trying to find a way past, just doesn't seem to be able to. And we have what? Hang on, you are car 420. Where are you? 420. 420 is a lap down on these two.
Yeah.
And he's desperately trying to get back. Is trying to get back past and then to overtake and get that place back.
2 hours and 26 minutes, anything can happen. So if they can try and get back,
if you can get back onto the lap, because that will put them back onto the lead lap.
Oh my god, they're going side by side into Degner, not Degner, 130R.
Oh well, this is only going to end. No, they just about managed to do it, but is this going to be a crossover for Willamot? Yes, Willamot gets the drive on the exit by just holding out wide and is able to go for a tighter entry. Now, this BMW has got to be seriously careful with what's going on. It can't... If it can get past and pull a gap, then it's fine. I feel like the car 500 has been the... Sorry, car 600 has been the... No. Car 500, sorry, I'm getting the numbers all mixed up, has very much been the cork in the bottle here. So yeah, he's now managed to get back past and is driving away, and he's trying to now catch back up with Willamot. So we shall see.
What happened with P14? Rios is yellow flagged there going into the hairpin. It seemed another car was involved with that as well.
What happened? Let's have a look. Going through the Degners here. Mercedes very, very close up behind. I think it may be a back marker situation, maybe? No, I'm not sure what that was. Ooh, car 121 gets it on the grass, half spins, that was friendly fire, well and truly. Unfortunately, it was Sim Senior's on Sim Senior's, catches the back, goes sideways, and catches the back of car 260 with the back of their car of 121, and just causes both of them to have a bit of a half spin. I don't want to be anybody in that team and having to defuse that situation when they're both out of the car. If there's any rules with racing, it's don't take out your teammate.
I wonder who said that, that famous F1 quote by any chance?
I can't remember entirely on that one. But yes, whatever happens, don't take out your teammate. I will say, those the Sim Senior's Ferraris look a lot like the Ford GT.
I'll be honest, I haven't synced my liveries.
Ah, fair enough.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Feel free to have a comment in the chat. Genuinely, the way they've got the white stripes, it looks like the flying buttresses on the back end. Looks like it's got the flying buttresses. The third gen Ford GT with V6 in it. As we're seeing, car 121, Ed Brown on Sheep here. Still going. They're still managing to stay very, very close together. On that McLaren. Not had that Togs Esports car's not had the best of runs. It didn't do too badly in qualifying, but it's kind of always been in... Well, that's not right. I think that may have... Was that... Okay, I just had a funny 5 minutes with my... Apologies as to whatever happened there. There was just a random jump to something else that was going on, and I have no idea why. As we see there, and then Gajan is right on the tail of car 300. Corrado now falling back a little bit. What is you? Are you? Please tell me you're not running. Okay, you are at least running wets in that bit. No, yes, that. Okay, you are at least both running wets. I'm just gonna say, if that Porsche is still on slick, that's brave.
You just see that Bella once again goes side by side with the 902, nearly pit maneuvering him, now going into sector 2 before the Degners. That was quite a Code Brown moment there for Corrado in that 300 992. Bella trying to get past these cars as quickly as they can. I'll just say though, they have been at it all day though. They went all the way down from, I think it was P22 or something, after a bit of an incident. Now back up to P8. With Purple's lap as well, the 209.1 as we do see now. The track is still wet. I'm not sure, is it still raining? Yes it is, it's still raining. I don't know why I didn't think it was, but still in 30 minutes we do see an increase in the rain as well, so we're not going to see any sort of dry track for at least the next hour or so. No, even if we get it increases and then stops almost immediately, we're still not good. It's going to take a while for this to dry out. Like I say, we're down at air temperature is 19 degrees, track temperature is 23, so that's going to take a little while to dry off. They are going side by side now, going into 130. I'm sorry to interrupt once again. They are actually trying to pull this off now. Seems, oh my god, that nearly went catastrophically. As it does seem Bella gets past, but the 992 is trying to get past in retaliation. Once again, it's not going to work, and Bella is up into P7. And unfortunately, what seems for Corrado in the 300 992 has gone down into P8 for now. Indeed, that was a move and a half. Oh, my dog's barking. Sorry. That's alright. Hello to your house. As we see, some of the gaps have just started to drag out a little bit now. We've still got this battle with Sheep and Car 38 and Lorenzo, but there is a back marker. Aston Martin 256. Where are you? 256 is a lap down on them, trying to get that lap back on that Togs Esports car, but is obviously hamstrung a little bit by the fact that there is a battle going on in front of them. If it was just the one car, I think we might have half a chance of getting past and making a gap. Oh my god. Yep, that was... They just drove through there, just... I think they realised they were on a bit of an awkward line and just backed out of it and let that 720 through there. A lot of confidence there, but I think we've lost every single battle now, apart from one of Jan. Yeah, I should know my phonics by now, but Yasin, I think it is. In the 992 and 698, following what seemed to be a very damaged Murray triple run.
Oh, that was a bump and run into the Degners there. That's, yeah. Oh dear. Misjudged brakes for both of them.
Wilson as well, though, another driver who is battling once again. They're going to go side by side going on to the start finish straight, gets the better exit compared to this 992, but he slows down, goes on the grass. And
on the grass, lights up the rear tyres.
Oh, his tyres. He's fully spun. He's now backwards facing, going in. Oh, he's in a blind corner as well, but he gets it back running. He just needs to try get up to speed as quickly as he can without losing any positions. He has lost one position already. It could potentially be another two. It has been another one, not another. So one of them was actually a back marker there. So he lost 2 positions from that small little mistake of understeering going into the final corner there.
As Rios is on in that Ferrari again. Sim Seniors, we're getting lots of airtime here. Is on the back of Borghelli as well, going through up into Spoon. It's about half a second or so there, and then car. What's that one behind them? I'm not sure what number. I don't think the car behind has a number on the side of it, so I can't tell you which one that is, and I'm not sure which one of the Porsches it is. But it's clearly a back marker trying to make up the lap that they are down, hassling that Ferrari, as there's another Ferrari out in front. Are they going to try anything? Are they going to try anything? Maybe, no, not quite, just showing the nose, just telling them that, yep, I'm here, I'm not going to go anywhere, I'm going to be as annoying as possible. And let's make that shift in that. Is that shift and. Oh, yellow flags for car 137. What happened to you? Going through Spoon, was that on your own or no? In amongst this gaggle of cars, goes through, tries to go up the inside of car 500, doesn't quite work, just loops it. Runs car 500 out wide, and 600 away. Whoa, you are having a rather unpleasant time there. What happened to you? Going into 130R again, gets a tank slapper on, tries to catch it. Again, this is the second time we've seen you go through there and get a bit of a tank slapper on. Struggles to recover that and nearly ends up collecting another car in the process. All good there as car 260 is having an off. What happened to you? Going through car 260 on car 3. Is there any contact? No, just runs wide and tags the barrier, and that's at least your front splitter that's not going to be happy with you either. As Brown and we've got a bit of a battle, 3-car battle here with Gasolina, Yusuf and Brown are all line astern as Yusuf is trying to go up the inside of car number 1 Gasolina. Can they manage to hold it off on the exit of Spoon, running down the back straight here into 130? No, that Mercedes is trimmed out, but there's a Ferrari. Don't come across too much. That Ferrari backs out just a little bit going into there and is left hung out to dry a little bit. That Mercedes has got some go in a straight line, but that McLaren is not to be messed with. It's definitely quick. These three are glued together.
Is the thing to say the least. I was just looking at my cameras, sorry. But it does seem, going back up, obviously, what you were just talking about, these are the only battles on track, actually. These three. Ed Brown trying to get past these 2 cars as quickly as he can. Again, Gasolina is not getting a break at all after just getting past what seems to be Joseph in that green Interceptors 720S Evo. However, now they've done that, there's a bit of retaliation here, and it's going to actually cause the 296 to try go for a move in the inside going into the assets. Doesn't work for him now just yet. However, this Mercedes is under a lot of pressure from the 720S Evo, and they do go into now around Sector 2 now, and they are starting to create a bit of a gap for themselves. Gasolina just probably about, I'm going to say 2.5 tenths or so between them both going into the Degners now. This is where we have seen Gasolina has the stronger pace compared to the McLaren and the 296, but it isn't actually working as it does seem. He's under a lot of pressure. It might be he cracks under pressure in the next thing or so as he goes for the outside line going into the hairpin. Isn't going to work from yet. There's going to be a switchback. Yes, there is. It's not going to work though, as it does seem Gasolina stays in P12.
Just whilst that was also going on, we saw Gajan go past Lucas which was the 500 Ferrari, getting overtaken by the 21 Mercedes. As Gasolina runs wide there. I wasn't looking at the screen there entirely in time. I was looking at
He just
timing.
went on the grass a tiny bit, which caused him to drag his car onto the grass, but he is back and going, but lost those 2 positions that he was working very hard to get by.
Working very hard to keep. Now we have the Ferrari. Has got the drive, got the slipstream, just smartly backs out of that one into 130R. That Ferrari is quick off of Spoon and down into 130, as the two of them battling has pretty much immediately brought Gasolina straight back into this battle as well. So right there, back in there again with these two cars, turning it back into a 3-car battle. Any more going on as Rios on the back of Borghelli coming onto the pit straight. Can Rios get a drive on them, get a drag up this pit straight? No, goes for a dive on brakes. Oh, that was a low percentage lunge that did not work out for either of them, as Rios tried to dive up the inside of Borghelli, but it didn't quite work. Well played on the manoeuvre, right at the last minute, jinking back up the inside of the number 3 Ferrari, but unfortunately it was just not close enough alongside, as we see yellow flags for Brown, as that was close to Gasolina there. There was some yellow flags for Gasolina. I didn't actually see what happened. Did you see that one at all?
I didn't. I did click on it when your reaction made me click on it.
There was whilst the other one was going on, there was some yellow flags for Gasolina. So that has broken up everything on track now. That has actually opened up all the gaps. As we have 1.5 seconds from Solberg in the 99 BMW to Jones in that News R Us Lamborghini. And breathe for a second.
I will take over for you. Do you see Bella, on the other hand, a car we have seen quite a few times, and I'm totally not biased, I'm not affiliated with them at all. But basically, they have done an absolute awesome job with what's happened now. They were all the way down in P22. They qualified quite high. They're actually in their original qualifying position as they go very wide, and they actually go on the grass there after what happens. I've just gave them the curse, and I apologise for that. But they are currently in P5, standing now P6 in the background, as we just saw. They are taking with another purple lap of a 208.7, which does tell you they are still improving and they still have potential to take this lead. 2 hours and 10 minutes left. They seem to be a lot better in the wet than they are the drive. We haven't seen the second PLR driver just yet. Will we see them in the next hour or so? Potentially, hopefully. You would expect them to split it 50-50. If the second driver is faster or the same pace as Bella, that's something I can't tell you just yet, but they have been quite good in the previous races. Obviously, I've only done one of them. I believe, ZT, you've done all of them, so you probably have more experience on this.
I'm trying to remember which ones we did. The second half of the first 2 rounds, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as we see Solberg now just touching inside of a second on Jones in the Lamborghini. That BMW is very, very happy in the wet. Indeed, it's now pulling that gap down to almost half a second. Now, so that Lambo, my personal favourite is I do like the Lambo. It does work very well. It sounds fantastic.
I have a feeling though, if they battle too hard, because obviously they are very close with each other, they do have quite a bit of breathing space to Smith Adams and P3. But they are going to battle quite hard as they are very close in pace yet, as I can tell you. They're actually not at all, I lie. It seems Solberg is about a second quicker.
Yeah, it's about a second quicker a lap. That, like I say, that BMW is very much liking the wet conditions. Fair play, that's a change of position as Jones runs it in a little bit deep and a little bit wide, and Solberg just makes the most of that, and that is thank you very much for that position, and will probably, I'm guessing, judging by the speed difference, drive away, as that is now almost up to a second gap straight away between those two cars. As Rios now is back on the tail of Borghelli, trying that move, trying to right the wrong that they have caused already there.
Borghelli, a driver who I think we see in most years, it just goes very wide there. He's
very deep on the on the way in, covers the inside. Oh, that was a hip check. The Ferrari got a little bit of a twitch on and was trying to correct it and just tagged the front of Borghelli. Is now through as we see Gasolina in the pits. We are coming down to stint times. No, you're about 45 minutes in. There's a few cars on the bout coming up to around the 50-55 minute mark on their stint. But otherwise, nobody is mega urgent for tyres, or certainly on stint time at least. Nobody is mega urgent. So this may just be trying to get them back to closer on the hour, because we're coming up to 7 minutes to the end of the next racing hour, which means we are 7 minutes from halfway through this race. It has not stopped!
It really hasn't. I had expected it to have stopped about half an hour ago. I did predict that we would have lost the battles around at the 2 hour mark earlier, but that is what seems to happen. But it's not happening too quickly, as we do see what happens. Whose car is that? I'm not sure. I think that is what's Murray's car, the 111 car, going very wide with that very I think it's desync damage. Still losing 2 positions going through now from the double McLarens, of which is both Starkey and another car which is actually trying to get past him, as we do see one of the many drive-throughs we've seen this race so far. I'm not sure who it was for.
There's a drive-through just come up for Figgins. By the looks of things, that was a track limits. As we see, Fuller is catching up to Daniel. I'm going to not try to pronounce your surname, as you're hovering right around that second mark as well. And you had a bit of an issue through Spoon, and it's just pulled that gap back out, so that's going to be a bit before that comes in. 1.1 from the Santos to Lucas in car 500. Not a... Well, it looks like we've lost another car, because we're down to 27 on the row. So it looks like there's been a disconnect from there.
I have a feeling it might have been the original leader by the McLaren, and I think it was. No, it's not. They're in P18, so I'm not sure who did disconnect. Like I say,
we started with 31 and now on 27, so there's a few people that have had issues and disconnected, be it hardware issues or otherwise, as Figgins is in the pit by the looks of things, serving their drive-through. Yeah, track limits, there are places where there is runoff area, but the track limits are really, really tight at this place, so any advantage gained and you will be paying for it. Most of the track is covered by grass or gravel, so it's fairly self-policing, but there are a few places where there is a little bit of extra runoff area, and to be fair, kind of rightly so, it's in areas where if you're going to have a problem, you've got more chance of recovering it, as we see exactly that with running around the outside of turn 1 there. As Figgins comes out pits, we have Morgelli in the pits. I'm assuming try to repair the damage from the incidents they've had. They've looked to be all good and just rolling out now. As we have car 30 just coming into their pit box, and car 5 500 is in as well. That car looks like it's been in the wars well and truly. The back end of that is all scuffed up and smashed up. So,
yeah, I think it's now podcast waffling time.
it basically is. Unfortunately, I don't have a huge amount of random facts about Suzuka. I do know that it was originally built as a motorcycle track by...
I did know that.
By the... I can't remember exactly. Basically, it was a big motorcycle club in Japan. I can't remember exactly what it was. But the idea with it being... it's actually the only figure of 8 track on... I think basically anybody's calendar that's not a Destruction Derby circuit.
You're not fair. Well, speaking of MotoGP, there was actually... well, I'm really annoyed about this, but... about not even 10 minutes away from me, there is a bunch of land that's just sitting there, and they were going to build the best looking MotoGP track I think I've ever seen, which would have been the first ever major South Wales track we've seen since the 1950s, but unfortunately Welsh government, being boring people, have decided to stop that, because obviously the 20 mile an hour limit's more important.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is a real shame. I was going to say, I think the only one I know of in Wales is Anglesey.
That's a good circuit.
I've not managed to get up there. My brother tried to kayak around the outside of Anglesey once. That was an interesting experience for him. As we have Daniel in car 91 on Moffat in car 256 catching up. With car 91 catching up on 256 here. Coming out of Spoon, they've just tucked into about 0.3 seconds back from that car now. So that Ferrari is definitely trying to... I'm not sure if that's a place that's changed, or whether that is a car trying to make a place back. But either way, this is definitely on for something at some point.
It is something that is starting to brew up again. Speaking of it, it seems the slipstream might help him quite a lot here, going through the start-finish straight as they go towards turn 1 now. The 992 is going to pull for the inside line. Doesn't seem it's going to work just yet. He just tucks right behind.
Doesn't quite have the brakes to make that work in the wet, but the lack of the power difference between the Aston and the Porsche definitely being negated a little bit by the slipstream there. The Aston punching a big hole in the air from that Sim Senior's car.
I think, yeah, I'm just looking at their previous lap times. It does seem Daniel does have the advantage in pace. It's not by much though. These two drivers do seem to be separated by a slim margin, but last lap it does seem Daniel had these quite faster lap time by over about 6 or 7 tenths. It might have just been an anomalous lap, but at the moment I think it might be the case as he's all over the back of him going into Degnitz now, and now he's all over the back of him before the hairpin separating into sector 3. There's not much to see there. I think there is obviously a back mark as well, which will be a big factor.
No, that's car 300, which is... car 300, Castiglione is a lap ahead of both of these cars. So will these three cars, as it's starting to become now, will have to let the Porsche of Castiglione through, as I believe car 91 has done, and will be trying to hang on to the coattails there to try and make the most of anything as and when this happens. But the two Sim Seniors cars, the Aston and the McLaren, I want to say? Yes, it is the McLaren. Why am I staring at my screen? I have another screen next to me with all the cars and which one it is next to.
Oh my days.
That's definitely not been... That was unsighted backmarker move. Has this given 91 the position? Yes, it has. 91 just managing to capitalise on car 256 not seeing the move from Castiglione, and they are both up in the slipstream there of Castiglione, who's actually looking like they might have to go defensive into turn 1. No, car 91 runs wide, gets a slide on, manages to catch that, which is no mean feat in that car, but it does let the 256 back through. All of this is giving the car 490 of Starkey a chance to kind of breathe for a minute, but obviously they've got the car 300 still to make their way back through this, make their way past them as well, so very soon. Now, effectively we're running to semi-blue blue and yellow flag rules, so as long as you are outside of 0.4 of a second, you don't have to give the place back. You only have to give the place back when you feel it is safe to, when that car is coming up to lap you. As we see, I'm going to jump to the 490 as that car comes through, and that sets up the Aston Martin right very much to go through, but it's also tried to let the car 91 Porsche has got the drive on the exit, and back to that one, and has managed to get the drive on the exit of the hairpin and is pulling away now. This battle is not done by any stretch of the imagination. The Porsche tries to go for the outside into Spoon. That was not going to work. Can they get the cut back underneath? They have the drive and they got it done. But can the 490 on the very exit? No! That's exit stage. Left nose into the barrier there. I do apologise. I do feel slightly responsible as commentator for that one. So that's yellow flags for Starkey. And that's turned what was a rather nice 3-car battle into a 2-car battle. However, it does look like Daniel has managed to check out, being a slightly faster car to start with, and has managed to make their way through in basically a lap and a little bit. Has managed to gain 3 places in all of that.
Does seem though in chat as well, Danish Alonso supporting his fellow teammate, I believe, of the PLR car of Bella, starting from the pits into P7. Well done, Bella. So a lot of support for
well done.
Bella
That is
P3 now, actually. Wow.
Yeah, well done indeed. That is going to both be through brute speed and just and also managing to do well on the strategy there when it was they pitted early at the end of the last lot of rain and managed to make up a lot of time on slicks, I think by rolling the dice early because they were further back than the cars around, and then when they did go into the pits they didn't drop back as far, and that car was clearly very happy on its wets as well. As we have car 500 catching up with 122, sorry? Is 122 still out on slicks?
He must
yes,
be.
you are. He hasn't pitted. He was still out on slicks. You have been slowly dropping back as
P13, P14 and P15.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. That's impressive. That is just like, you are hoping this rain ends soon. Your tyres must literally be like driving on just lumps of concrete at this point. They're going to be freezing cold.
You do see though. Sorry, you go.
I was going to say, definitely 500 has definitely got the advantage now on car 122 and is desperately trying to find a way past. There, we've got another battle that I did see that was very, very close with Vittori on car 260. 2 Ferraris there.
But unfortunately, a drive-through penalty as well.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm assuming that is track limits again. 500 as they have managed to. Apologies for not getting that on camera, but car 121 has made it past. As we've seen, Mazda has pitted as well. It's going to go. This has not ended. This battle very much has not ended. Car 333, Mazda in the pits there. As these two are. Car 500 desperately trying to get past, but cannot find a way to do so. trying to get the nose up the inside. Ooh, contact! That was an attempted move, and it didn't quite work out for car 500. Just stuck the nose up coming out of the S's. Up the inside of there, just front drifted wide, and there was nothing they could do about that. Just tagged the back of 121, and that just sent bounced the car back towards nose into the wall there. Looks like they have managed to recover okay, but don't know what damage they will have picked up if they made contact with the wall.
We do just see, though, he needs to get this drive-through sorted in the next 2 laps, well, this lap and next lap, so he isn't going to be battling with P14 and 13 for very long. L. Wilson dropping back, obviously he is on those dry tyres, but it's actually kind of a fair fight now, because the other 2 cars we're on board with as well are on the dry tyres as well, apart from Vittoria, I believe, who is on the wet tyres, so that is going to be an advantage in his hand. But the other 2 cars are on those dry tyres, so...
Tori has a drive-through to serve though, so that will put them out of this one, as you can see car 137, Paul, is right on the back of 333, as also has Gasolina for company in there as well. That's Yasin into the pits.
This is where we start seeing the next stage of pit stops, and potentially where we start seeing most of the driver swaps starting to happen. Now, as we do see Ed Brown getting a yellow flag, not sure what that's for, he seems to be up and running once again, going through into Sector 1. We also do see Bella, though, catching up with Smith Adams for P2 here.
Smith Adams is on the limit of drive time, so if doesn't go into the pits this lap, we'll have to pit next time round. No, as we see that battle end, they were on 103. They crossed the line with 1 hour, 3 minutes, 24 seconds on the clock for their stint time, whereas Gadgen had is 1 hour, is only 56 minutes into their stint, so they still have a good chunk of time to go. And Solberg in that 99 BMW is in with 1 hour and 54. I have a look at timing and scoring here, Gadgen climbed 29 places since the start, and Simone has climbed 20. His car 619 that is now jumped into the pits behind Smith. Adams has climbed 20 places over the course of this race as well. So yeah, there's a few drivers, there's a few cars. Rios cars 260 is due into the pits in the next lap or so. I would guess they'll come in, just coming up to 1 hour and 3 now, so I guess they would pit, because they're going to be about an hour and... That's cutting it close. They're going to be about 1 hour and 4.5 when they hit that pit limiter on there. There's a couple of 1 hour 3s. Somebody on an hour. Who's that? Paul's on an hour. 1 hour 3 from Moffat and Starkey. They'd literally seconds between those two. They were both in pits together last time round. As we see, Simone is just rolling out the pits now, so that will reset their timer. Smith Adams is out the pits and into 5th.
Does seem, though, once again, Bella starting to close. No, he's not actually. Solberg is still the faster driver here. It's not by much, actually, though. As it does. No, actually, well, I'm not even sure what's happened here. Never mind, it's updated once again. Solberg is still the faster driver by 5/10, so it's going to be unlikely for now to see if Bella can actually gain back. But Solberg obviously needs to pit, as you were saying earlier. But that's the same with Bella as well. So these two drivers who are battling for the lead, well, they're not actually battling, but they are quite close with each other. Pit stops can play a part, and obviously those penalties as well. Drive-throughs, stop-goes are all parts that can play massive factors into these battles.
As we see Gasolina catching up to car 333 now. There's hovering around the half-second mark as they come through the first corner into this S's section of track. I'm not sure if it's a bit of lag or desync, but the Mercedes is looking possibly a little bit slow skating through these corners. Not looking entirely composed, but certainly still going very quickly, and looks to be catching triple three, as we have Dimas. I'm not sure what that surname is. It's a new driver. What's your first name? Roger. I'm going to go with that because that's an easy name. You have got yourself a stop go 30, so I don't know whether that was you going into your teammate coming into the pits or you coming out of the pits, but that was not a good idea to have managed to get that. As this gap between Gasolina and Fabio, I'm going to go with that because your surname is spectacular. Is not over at all. That was coming right down through the hairpin in terms of gap. It's going to be, can Gasolina make anything happen? We know that Merc is fast out of this corner, so already right under the bumper, possibly having to get slightly out of the throttle. Very much in the draft here. Can they manage to drag up and past this Ferrari and get that done before? No, they're going to be going too wide. Too wide? No, the Gasolina thinks better of it and just backs out the last second with that one. Into 130R as they come down on the brakes into the chicane now. As we see 10 seconds for Brown. Car 1-2-1. What was that for? 1-2-1, causing collision on lap 2, apparently. Okay, fair enough. Something to do with a bit of a technical issue by the sounds of things for the stewards there. It wasn't caught, but it was reported. There, as we see this battle here. Anything else? Anywhere else? I think that is about it now. It's just this gap.
Yeah.
I think it's just, it does this. It will, about halfway through, you'll see all the strategies and the gaps will come out, but the strategies will play out, and I'm sure it will come back together towards the end of the race as Gasolina tries to get up the inside there, just showing the nose at every possible opportunity to try and unsettle the driver there across triple three. It looks like Roger is in for his stop go. That's gonna fall. You're gonna fall back further down the field now with that penalty. Goes for a run around the outside. Can they make it work? Can they make Gasolina make this work? No, not quite. But definitely still have good drive. That Merc really does have some grunt in it, doesn't it, to get out of the corners.
Does seem though he is still all over the back of the 333 Ferrari 296. They have been battling, as E2 was saying, for quite some time now. These two drivers very, very close in pace, I believe, once again. Yeah, it's not too far between them on pace. It is still in favour of Gasolina, who we've seen quite a few times during this race. He has been known for getting quite a few positions, but then unfortunately having that incident probably maybe a half an hour to 45 minutes ago in Spoons, where he lost quite a few positions. Now trying to gain back these possessions in his redemption arc, as you see the 333 Ferrari goes a bit wide going into the chicane, which has led to Gasolina going all over the rear now of the 296. He is going to have the slipstream. It's not going to be too effective. In fact, he's not even going to take it, as it does seem the 333 is going to go for the defensive line. If that's going to be the case, no, he won't need it. He's not close enough to worry about that just yet, as we also see Vittori as well, who had that drive-through penalty earlier, seems to be in P15 still, trying to gain on Gasolina and the 333. 296, these might be another little train that we do see between these three, but obviously that's all stuff to come.
Which car is that? It looks like, which car is that behind? That is a car, see which number it is. 600. Car 600 is. Car 600 is Mitchum. Still in that one. Is actually, by the looks of things, a lap down on these two cars, and is trying to catch up on lap. It's like, as we see, Gasolina. That Merc is quick through the straight, the faster section of this track. Is just not able to use its pace any meaningful way to get past it. It gets close, but he's not actually able to quite make it happen.
Just under an hour and 3/4 left of this race now. We have seen most of the battles happening, but we will start seeing, well, hopefully we'll see more battles starting to appear towards the end of the race. This is where the more interesting stuff starts to happen. But at the moment, this is the only battle on track, is Gasolina, the 333-296, and Vittori in the background in another 296. Who had a bit of damage to the back of their car, but it seems they are starting to space out a tiny bit. It seems the 333-296 has started to build a tiny bit of pace to try and maintain a bit of a gap between him and Gasolina.
I'm wondering whether Gasolina's fried the tyres a little bit. Because they were right on them and they've just ended up backing out a little bit. I'm wondering if they've just started to cook the tyres. They've just taken the best out of them, having been stuck behind another car for so long. They've just ended up burning their tyres up a little bit more. What is Gasolina on stint times wise? It is 20 minutes into the stint, so not too bad. But then the 333 is is about half is only about 10-11 minutes into their stint as well. So Gasolina is he's on 24 minutes. So there's a little bit of an age difference in the tyres, but at this point in the wet, shouldn't be making too much of a difference. But if Gasolina's been pushing hard, it will still work the tyre and it will still burn it out a little bit quicker. So it's not that the tyre's gone, but it's just the best of it hasn't. You've used the best out of it, and it's not quite biting as well as you'd like.
Speaking of weather updates, though, we do see the rain is starting to get a bit more lighter, going in 30 minutes marks from now. If that's going to be, it's getting very light to the point where it could go to another just no rain part of like the time. That is something we can't tell you just yet, but it is getting lighter from this heavy-ish medium rain we are receiving, but it does go heavier in 10 minutes, so we will see these tyres having a bit more age potentially to have in them. So we might see the wet tyres becoming a bit more stronger. So we do see what happened there. Seems to be, I'm not sure, Motoretti getting a 10... Wait, no, it's Ed Brown getting a 10-second penalty, or was that earlier?
That was... Ed Brown has picked up a penalty. That was 10 seconds car 121 causing a collision. On lap 2, unfortunately it wasn't picked up by the auto system, but it has been reported back to the stewards and they have now issued an appropriate penalty. I don't know what the issue was, but whatever it was causing a collision, and have now picked up their relevant penalty for it. So if they're doing a swap or whatever there, that will be there. Whoa! As we see the 333 there getting a bit of a slide on that, given the Mercedes a massive drive up the inside, up behind there. Can't quite get anything done on the brakes. Oh, Ferrari ran wide, tried to hold onto it and got a huge tank slapper on, managed to hold onto it, but it has put that Mercedes right back on the tail, runs into the back of them there, and just, as the 600 looked like Gasolina may have tried to check up a little bit to give that position back to car 333, but car 600, who's trying to come back behind and unlap themselves, just picked up the back, tagged the back of Gasolina, which then sent them back across into 333. They have both now got back up and going, but that has given Gasolina an advantage, but both of them have picked up a chunk of damage there in the process of all of that.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for us as well, because we are losing battles once again.
It's down to, we have Lucian and Fabio in, Fabio is, that's one of the slick tyre cars, yes it is. That battle is still going on, that one hasn't ended yet, that's been going on and off for a little while now, as, do you want to have a quick look at Sims 121, that they're catching up on the back of 333 now, as they've ended up with that bit of damage.
Does seem, I'm not sure what's happened there, but we do see a blue flag is also appearing on my screen, so that does mean one of these cars, Peter Sims, is now going to have what happened there. Drive through for 420 for ignoring stint timer as well has just been processed. What seems to be for L. Wilson in P10 currently, well, was in P10, now having to do the drive through as well. Unfortunate for them.
That sucks. You've got to keep an eye on that. It's a 65-minute stint. We're an hour and 40 to go now. We just kicked into the last hour and 40 of this race. But yeah, that's throwing a cat amongst the pigeons with that one. But that's going to be a drive through there. You've got to keep an eye on that. I can understand why you'd want to run it long, particularly with the changing conditions. I would be inclined, if you are on your limits, probably to chuck a fresh set of wets on anyway at this point, and then go for when this heavier rain arrives, just try and have the fresher tyres. I am not sure how 122 is going to hang on in if this rain does get heavier. Being out there on slicks, I don't know how you're doing this. I'm assuming you have wound the engine map back to whatever you can get away with and still put decent lap times down. Your ABS and TC are probably quite high at this point. So yeah, I don't know how you're hanging on to this as well as you are. But well done, very much well done. Any of the cars that are on slicks, very much well done. As it looks like 333 has caught up, was catching up with Gasolina and has now had the 99. Is that the leading? Yes, that is the leading BMW. Just go past out, which means Gasolina will have the same problem. Car 420 still has that drive through.
Sorry, I'm back. What is starting to happen once again is the 500 car is closer than ever to the 122.296 in P7. Going through Sector 1 now, we see the S's is a place where it seems the 500.296 is stronger at, and by a pace perspective, they aren't that different, we could say. Just under a tenth between them both. So it's going to be more a battle within competence in the track, but we do see that what seems to be the 122 is starting to lose a tiny bit of time through the Degners, but starts to gain it back going through the exit of it. Now going into close to sector 3 now. We do see he's all over the back of him once again, what seems to be the 500 car. And we also do see, I'm not sure if that's a car 4 position as well, which seems to be the McLaren in the background. I assume that is a back marker or a car in front of these two, which I assume it's going to be the first option, but at the moment, well, I'm not too sure as we don't see Moretti, so I'm going to assume it is a car in front or behind. But also we do see the 333 car of the 296 also getting closer to what seems to be Gasolina once again, not getting much of a break during this race, and that does sum up the battles so far. But we do see the top 5 seem to be the same than ever. We do see Corbin has lost this battle but lost his gap to Jones, but I assume that is from a pit stop perspective, so I assume he might be doing it solo. Then we've got Wilmot in P3, followed by Smith Adams P4. Then we see the new driver for the PLR car of Elstrom, currently in P5, looking to get back these positions for the PLR car.
As 122 has lost that place to car 500 now. As we see that rate does possibly start to get a little bit heavier. If it has, it's not by much. As the rooster tails coming up off these cars is quite impressive, but then it's not the 500 hasn't managed to drive away like you'd expect, and the lap time wise hasn't been huge gaps between them, between these two cars. So we'll see how that goes and how that plays out. Like I say, I applaud the hanging on to the car on the slicks. I am curious as to how well this car would have done if it had managed to get out onto if it pitted and put wets on. It may entirely be a glitch in our time systems, and what we're seeing may not actually be on slicks, but that's the information we have in front of us, so that's what we're going to go with.
I have to agree with you on that. It seems so. Elmstrom in this PLR esports car all over the back of Smith Adams again, 4P4 for this race. Obviously, the new driver for the PLR car, as I was mentioning earlier, taking over from Bella, going side by side. Are they going to go into 130R? Yes, they are. Side by side going through 130R. Seems the Aston Martin does have this position in the bag, though, for now. There's not going to be any sort of resistance. Sorry, I'll let you talk.
I was going to say, I think that's a back marker because that's car 3, which is Elio in the Ferrari. So that was probably basically just a let pass on that one. Smith Adams is about 18 seconds up the road. About 8 seconds up the road. In the McLaren. Sorry to dampen your enthusiasm there. It was impressive, I'm not gonna lie. As triple 3 and car number 1 are back together, but have the 78 Noobs R Us Lamborghini on the tail there, and triple 3's had to back out of that one again. These two get close, and then just end up with having faster traffic and blue flags to deal with. Oh, excuse me. As 121 is also trying to get in on the action again, has car 300 of. Is that still that? Is Castiglione back in the car of car 300 there for company, and we'll have to let that one pass at some point. That has given Gasolina a bit of breathing space and has pulled away to the tune of about 2 seconds now on car number 3 with all of what's going on there. The gap is coming down between Corbin and Jones. It's now come down to 3-4 seconds or so. It's definitely starting to get to the point where you'd be able to, between the back markers, you'd be able to see the car you're chasing, which can be a good thing, can be a bad thing. Can suddenly cause you to start to overdrive as you try and push to get past, but also it can give you some motivation to try and be as fast and as consistent as possible.
That is very true indeed. I'm not sure who that is, but 130R. I'm not going to get that enthusiastic this time because I'm not sure if it is battle for position. But I think the way they're acting, it looks like it might be
very much battle for position. That is 3 and 137 that are going at it. The McLaren and the Ferrari very much. Looks like the McLaren has come out on top coming onto the pit straight there. So yes, well spotted on that one. I had not spotted that they got that close on timing and scoring.
He is going to try to do a bit of retaliation, though, it seemed. He almost went for a little bit of a juke move going into turn 1. It's not going to happen out. There's going to be a spin there from the McLaren.
On the brakes as hard as they can. There is collision there.
He is back up and running, both in the same positions. They didn't start in, but what just happened earlier. But it does seem, though, it should be a bit of a let go here. It does seem there's going to be damage for both cars here, but the 3296 is all over the back of Tempest once again. If this is going to affect Tempest's pace because of that little bit of an incident, we're not sure just yet.
Tempest. No, you are on wets as well. Car number 3, you are on. Car number 3 is one of the cars that's on dries. The reason I checked was because of how much car 3 is moving around. But car number 3 is on wet and is moving around more than car number 3. Car 137 is on wet, whereas car 3 is on dries, and 137 is moving around more. Sorry, more than car 3. Anyway, carry on, sorry.
Speaking of the wet tyres, just a bit of a weather update here. It does seem the weather is starting to die down a tiny bit. It's not sure how much it's going to die down in the next 30 minutes, but it does say it is going to die down. That is going to lead the final hour of this race to be quite unpredictable. Is it going to stay a complete wet track, or are we going to see moments of dry?
As car 500 has managed to pick up a drive-through, I'm assuming that's for track limits, as they're only about half an hour into their stint between the two of them. So that, I'm guessing, isn't a stint time. That will be a dry backwards issue there. Just to put it in perspective, Elmstrom in car number 21 is the last car on the lead lap. Everybody from 6th down is at least 1 lap down. That is a relentless, considering the conditions we've had, that is a relentless pace from the top 5.
Indeed. It does seem, though, with these top 5 cars...
Hello? That looks like a bit of a question there. We seem to have lost Alex very briefly there. Apologies. Is that as somebody in the background just sneezed? Is that Alex? Are you still alive? We just had another power cut for sure in Wales. Right, so we are seeing some more penalties come through. We have 5 seconds for car number 87. Let's run through these quickly. Car 313, of course, including the car 500 on lap 34. 5 seconds for 87, punt to pass on car 500, lap 40, and car 5 seconds for car 137, causing inclusion with car 500 on 47 lap. There we go. That's a quick update on that. As we see, Sims is hovering around the second mark on car 3. Everybody seems to have just opened out a little bit in terms of time and gaps and everything. As I say, we've got a few penalties. God, 500 has got a drive-through. They've definitely got to cut at least 1, possibly 2 laps on that drive-through, so they've got to keep an eye on that one, otherwise they are going to end up with an even bigger penalty now. With an even bigger penalty if they don't remember to serve that. And just for reference, they're currently working lap 69 as the leaders are running around there now. As Castiglione has managed to get themselves up onto the lead lap. I'm guessing they are on the tail end of the lead lap there. So that is 6th now, up onto 6th, 7th. 6th and 7th are on the lead lap, but they are tail end of that. Right on the tail end, right around the point of crossover with that in terms of what lap they are on. There's a few of them that aren't going to be too much longer to be a lap down as they're hovering right around that point, so we'll see the leaders catching up with them. As we see Elias back in the car against car triple. That car number, it's car 38 and car 30. Now another black Ferrari. I thought I'd set up all my liveries for it before this, but I evidently haven't. So that is car 38 on car 30, and it looks like Elias is desperately trying to make up some of that lost time from earlier on. And he's trying to make up that as they go into 130R right under the rear wing of that Ferrari, doing the best they can to try and catch up. Can they do anything on the brakes? The Ferrari goes defensive, runs it in way too deep, runs it off track, and looks like they're going to let that pace go as a element of courtesy there, having made such a big mistake and running off track. So that is Elias up 1. There we go.
Anything interesting happen? Well, I assume so.
A few bits. You suddenly disappeared, so I hope you're okay.
Sorry, yeah, people like to barge into my room.
Fair enough. I know the feeling.
Yep.
So, yes, as Solberg. So, thank you, Solberg. This is a fun one, isn't it, in chat on YouTube? So, yes, indeed, it is a good fun one. Where are you? If you're in the BMW.
In the BMW.
Yes, that was the BMW 99. You have swapped back to Corbett. So are you back in for the last stint of the race? Or is it now Corbin again?
I assume they're doing ones 1-1-1-1.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
I recommend you guys slow down and make a bit of an interesting battle for the lead. I recommend you do that. But one thing that we do see, though, is going further down, there is one belt that is starting to make a tiny bit of a brewery again. Victoria and Fernando are two drivers who are quite close with each other now. It's not too close, but it's the same with the Triple Free and Gasolina. Once again, these two cars who have been battling at it earlier, as we do see as well. Willamette trying to get closer to Jones, and Jones trying to get closer to the leader of the 99 BMW M4. These four cars are currently quite close with each other, but obviously Elmstrom as well, who has currently got the fastest lap of the race that has been since the start of the race, when we had the drier conditions earlier, but now we do have this very, very wet conditions. But having a bit of a weather update now, we do see in the next 30 minutes we go to very, very light rain / drizzle, which is another potential dry domination era for these cars with these dry tyres. I'm not sure if the dry tyres for a few of the cars that we do know were on those dry tyres during this wet period, if that's the actual goods idea, because obviously a few of them have lost quite a few positions because of it, which is just, I'm not sure if it is the ideal situation, because there are a few cars, especially Corbin, Jones, and I believe Willamette as well, who are closest. We do see, unfortunately, I know you probably can't see this, but the 224 has just gone a tiny bit wide going through the Degners, has lost him a position there, unfortunately, for Joseph, and he just
Sorry to jump in, we have 420. I'm just going to find the replay for that one. I just briefly muted to grab a quick bite to eat, and I saw yellows come up. It was 420, got it wrong going through the last corner on their own. Looped it, looks like they're still having issues with that corner, and gets back up and going there. All okay in that row racing livery car, but yes, they managed to, again, just like I say, that off camber. I will find somebody who's coming through there shortly.
The Triple Free car is once again trying to battle with, I believe it's Sims, or no, it's with Gasolina. They have caught up with each other once again. These two cars have been on and off for about an hour and a half, you could say. Now they are going towards the straight before 130 are quite close with each other, but it's not close enough to think about it. El Wilson as well, quite close with Lani Artaz in that 260 296, but going back on with the Triple Free, going through 130, gained a bit of time through it, going through the final corner now. We do see he goes very wide, though. He isn't going to gain any time if he continues doing stuff like that. He has lost quite a bit of time to the Mercedes, and in fact now he's getting closer and closer to the Sims than he has been before. Now going down once again with El Wilson. This car is very, very close. Once again with Lionel Artaz, as I saw us, we do see the 600 going slow, but nothing seems to be very interesting with that. The road racing BMW M4 closing this gap with the 296 260 car. If they do start, it does seem, just looking at the times, they are both invalid last laps, but El Wilson did have the slower lap time by 8 seconds, so nothing's really changing here, but it seems it was a bit of an anomalous lap, and he is catching this 260 296 quite quickly per lap.
Sorry to dive in there, the battle with Gasolina and Triple Three has been muted slightly by the fact that Gasolina had a drive-through by the looks of things for track limits, so that has put Gasolina, as they have now come back out into pits, into 15th place, so they have dropped back quite a long way compared to Triple Three. Whether they have the speed to catch back up with an hour and 20 to go, only time will tell, but that battle has now been somewhat muted by that. As we see Wilson and Sims is that Wilson and Sims? No, Wilson and Mitchum. Right on each other there. It looks like Mitchum, Sims is are they gonna get the drive up the inside? Yes, they get the drive on the outside and through the inside of the next corner as they go through the last bit of the edges there, and come up out towards the first of the Degners there, and Sims has just driven away from that Ferrari. Wilson has driven away from the Ferrari there.
It does seem, though, just talking about this Gasolina fight once again, obviously I didn't see what happened with the drive-through, as you were saying. It's presumably, is he actually goes very wide there, or just getting a bit loose going through the spoons there, manages to catch the car. You would have not been able to do that in the 1.8 physics, but 1.9 has seemed to be doing quite a decent job so far. There has been a bit more diversity towards this grid now, but we do see there's still quite a domination era for these new generation cars, such as the 296 and the 720S Evo. These two cars have been at it since the start of it, but obviously when there's been taken action with the new bops of both LFM that has been put into place and the new ACC bops, and obviously there are a few other bops like Pit Bop from Pit Skill and a few others that have actually been doing quite a good job trying to make a bit more of a diverse grid. And we do see redemption of a few cars, such as the Aston Martin AMR V8. The Lexus is another one that has been making quite a strong progress now in a few of the leagues I've been commentating in, and a few other cars as well, especially the Bentley as well. That seems to be quite a strong car again, but it's all down to what happens with this new update. Obviously, we see Nordschleife coming in the next 7, 8, 9 days. I'm not sure how many days are left of March. I'm pretty sure it's 31 days. But that is where I feel like a lot of commentators are going to be quite busy with many Nordschleife races, which I feel like we're all going to get quite sick of very, very soon, as I think I've got 8 or so Nordschleife races in that 2
I was going to say, I believe it's the 28th, I want to say, of April. We have a 4-hour. Toga is running a 4-hour endurance, so feel free to come and join in with that. I believe it's a 50-car grid at the moment. I think that is going to be opened up to a lot more as and when the update comes in, and we can see what the maximum number of cars on track actually will be.
You'd expect it's quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, they run like 120, whatever it is when they do the N24 and the I'm going to say the Sprint series round there, which compared to the 24 it is, but it's a series of 4 and 6 hour race, which is still considered a sprint race compared to what the big ones is. Yeah, there is they are all running 100 plus car grids, but then if you see the list of categories that they have for those races, basically if you can stick a roll cage in it and slicks on it, there will be a category you can run a car in that.
Exactly, Dacia, cough cough. Going back with the weather update though, we do see dry weather in the next 30 minutes now, so this is where we start to see, is the final hour actually going to be a more drier race than we expect it to be?
Who knows?
I like it.
I do like it. Thank you, Hayden, for sorting the weather out on this one. / thank you, the weather systems in Japan, for being as wonky as you are, because it's very similar to the UK in that it will do what it wants.
Exactly.
As we see, Gasolina is into the pits now. You're only 50 minutes into your stint. This is not nearly enough. You're going to end up with a really short last stint, because you're going to have about 10 minutes before the end of the race. If you do a full hour now, you're going to have about 10 minutes at the end of the race that you're going to have to run, that you're not going to have time for.
I think this is the issue with unscheduled pit stops, and this is why we do see a lot of cars pitting on different time schedules than other people. It's because of crashes and potentially other sort of disconnect issues, but we do see Barham very, very close now to the 698992 Porsche, actually going, oh my days, I thought that was a side swipe for a second, going through the sector 1, as we do see Laser as well getting a yellow flag going into the wall, into 130R, gets it back up and running now. but does seem Barham's all over the back of now the 992 of Huben, going through into Sector 2 now. The Degnans are going to be what plays quite a big part into this. Both of these cars, very high downforce cars compared to what we'd see in the BMW M4 and cars like that. As we do see the 992 go spinning into the gravel and into the wall. That is very unfortunate. That's not even the wall part of the track. It just seems he goes very wide, going through the first part of the Degnans. And he goes very wide. This is 23 and 24.
23, 24. I will find those and find a replay of those for you all to see. Sorry, I was just flicking through some others. Or is this position 23, 24?
Position 23, 24.
Ah, there we go. Oh, yes, I see. I just caught the end of that with a 30-second replay. So, yes, ended up with a bit of an issue there for that Porsche. Coming into that, apologies for not finding that battle nearly quick enough for all of you, but very well done to Alex for doing a wonderful job on describing what was going on there. How are we doing on time? Well, I'm up. It's on 50 minutes, 52 minutes for category O in car 300. 50 minutes on car 500. There's a few that are heading towards the end of their stints, but most of them are about half an hour to 45 minutes in at the moment. So
heads up, probably flick to P. I think it's P11, P12. There seems to be a bit of a battle brewing between these two.
11, P12. 0.3 between the two of them, but there's definitely what's the lap times? Last lap time there was a second between them. There's about 9/10 to a second between the two of them in favour of Sims in car 121 now. So one to keep an eye out on. So it's due to go to stop raining in 30 minutes.
In 10 actually.
I can't get that on my screen. I've got it as 30 still, or at least reducing rain intensity in 10 minutes.
I'm being stupid.
And then stop raining in 30.
I want to try open ACC Drive to see if it gets any different.
I don't know I don't know how to do a poll, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would happily do a poll as to whether you reckon this is going to go dry or not by the end of the race.
Are you logged into the Toga Motorsport account, or are you?
No, I am. I'm doing this just straight through a restream.
Do you have like mod or anything in chat?
I did see a Mac around, but I think is busy doing live things. I don't know if there is anybody who is around. Whether Hayden did say he might have been around, but not sure. Sims has now got 0.8 of a second on car 333 now, so 333 is getting loads of attention, mostly because cars keep finding it and having battles with it.
If that's a good thing or not, we'll find out.
Yeah. I always say that if you can get through a race and have very little commentary happen about your car, it's probably been relatively uneventful.
But that can be a good thing, though.
Yeah, that can very much be a good thing. As we see Vittori with a drive-through there as well.
Oh my gosh. Oh. I don't know who it was. I just saw a 992 going through the fast right-hander. Fast right-hander before Spoons. Just absolutely use every millimetre of the track possible before nearly going on the grass.
Oh, well done. I'm not sure who that was, but very well done. No, not Studio, because you're going through there now. Plaza, maybe? No, because you're in front of that battle. Oh. There's only a couple of them. Must have been...
It's the car behind Sims if you're talking about what I was just talking about earlier.
I was just looking to try and find a replay on it, but as we see Tempest, Sean Tempest is catching up with Vittori there as well. Very much closing up in brakes on there as Vittori dives to the pit lane to serve that drive-through. That opens up the door for Tempest, goes up to 14th. Now, Sims is hovering around that second mark now. not really able to make too many inroads. There was about a tenth between them on the last lap. 2 minutes 10.277 placed 2 minutes 10.387. So not a huge gap between this on lap time between the two of them, but there's definitely still a fight in both of these cars.
I had to just quickly switch mics because it seemed my audio channel was getting a bit cramped. But it should be the same mic levels. But we do see now. That's all good, hopefully. But we do see the 121 cars getting very close to this 333 car. It's probably just a few feet between them both. They are starting to get a bit rowdy with each other. It is still in favour of the 121 Sims 296 just by over a tenth now. So it's very close between them both, but going through spoons, they are around in slipstream zone of each other, about 3 tenths between them both going into the street before 130R. These two cars have been at it for some time, as we have been mentioning earlier. This is the battle that was brewing. Going through the final corner now, they are getting closer now. Sims is not close enough to actually think of going for a move just yet, but he is gaining significantly. Same with Wilson though, going into the street before 130R. It seems he's going to go side by side with Vittori. Going into Spoons, he still has the inside line, grabs it, he goes on the grass momentarily there, but just stays behind, managing to be very lucky. If this was a game like AMS2 or iRacing, that would have not been possible to stay on track there. As we do see though, Vittori goes a tiny bit wide there, which has led to Wilson to gain a bit more time after that little mistake. I feel like going up though, he is still in the advantage of time, so I think Wilson is a car. Oh yeah, we did see Wilson earlier. So go 130, yeah, they go side by side. It is still in favour of Vittori to have the inside line going into the chicane. He manages to kate it for the first part of it, and now he keeps it for now. Vittori still P16, Wilson still P17. Going on to the start-finish straight now. If he can get a better exit, which he hasn't, it does seem Vittori sticks straight for the inside line to try break the slipstream a tiny bit and also try to defend his position as much as he can. An hour and 7 minutes left of this race now. Vittori just stays ahead. He is doing quite a good job of defending, but we do see Wilson behind, who is definitely a bit more quicker. Looking on the last lap times, it seems Vittori 2:20 and a Wilson 2:11, as they are both right behind each other going into Sector 1's S's. They are going to go side by side into the S's, still in favour of Vittori having the inside line. He goes wide going off the drier line / racing line, and he is going to stay behind for now. P17 for Wilson still, but he is going into Degner's now. This is a place where we do see it's going to be in favour of the M4 because of those curbs. He can take them a lot more than that 296. He is still all over the back of him.
As the BMW's got a bit of a drive advantage, but can't make anything of it coming up into the hairpin. Ferrari's good on its brakes down into the hairpin, but can the BMW get the drive on the exit? It has done so far. So far, is managing to at least stay in the slipstream reasonably well of that Ferrari.
He is doing a good job indeed. He does just stay behind for now. It's very, very close. In fact, they nearly hit. They're going through the entrance of Spoons now. Who gets the better exit? It is going to be Wilson. He's now going to have the better overspeed going in to the street before 130 out, and he gets the move done. If there's going to be any sort of retaliation, yes, there is. Seems Vittori is going to have a bit more speed than Wilson now, but Wilson does just stick it for now, going through 130 out. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Vittori to try and get back P16 from Wilson? It seems Wilson's already created quite a big gap for himself now, about 8-ish tenths towards both of them going towards the next lap of lap 78. An hour and 5 minutes left to go. We are starting to see a few more positions starting to pick up, but that's also saying Sims once again with the triple three. These two cars have been at it for some time. They lose some time, but they also gain a lot of time. It's just all a bit of a mess for both of them right now. Elmstrom getting closer now to Smith Adams. He's just been tugging a bit of time off Smith Adams now to try get P4. If they aim for a P3, there is still an hour and 4 minutes left of this race, so a P3 finish would probably be fantastic for them. As the highest they've been is P3, but the lowest they've been is obviously pits. So they would have been, I think there was 30 something cars when this race started. So they have gained so many positions, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but it's just very impressive, and you don't see it every day.
It is downright impressive. This is one of those times when early race strategy is played out. They rolled the dice with the slick tyres and made early when it stopped. Basically, I think when it pretty much stopped raining, they rolled the dice, chucked the dries on, and as a result, as the track fully dried out towards the end, before this current lot of rain for the last kind of couple of hours has been here, as we see Sims going past the back marker there, has managed to just hold on to that, the time they gained. They gained so much just by being able to drive past people who were on absolutely haggard wet by the point in which it started raining again. Unfortunately, they did have to pit again and drop a bit back, but they pitted fairly early on in the wet running, so they were able to just chuck slick dries on and not lose too much time, as other people who were umming and ahhing about what to do were running a little bit out of sync and needing to hit at different points. So they've managed to play the strategy game very, very well here to pull a lot of time back from where they started.
Just trying to look now that there is no battles actually still playing for grabs here, apart from one. Sims is starting to make a bit
we're
of a
still
return.
following Sims here, who's is hovering around the second mark. There's not really any major differences. Sims on the last lap had about 2.5, 3 tenths on triple three, but that kind of gap doesn't. A second gap takes a while to come down when that's the gap, but it's ebbing and flowing and what have you there. There's not a huge gap, as we see Starkey has just gone through the pits there and taken service. Yeah, I guess this is now how much can Jones, Willamot, Smith Adams and Elmstrom all up on 99 Corbin car. There is Smith Adams is 24 seconds back from Willamot, so that's quite a big gap, as we see the yellow flags for 137. You're pointing in the wrong direction on the exit of 130R. What happened to you?
Does he have damage? Yes, he does.
Gets up on the curb. Oh, that's a big hit on the barrier. Gets a rear tyre up on the curb, lights it up, and just is a passenger at that point trying to recover. He's dived for the pit straight away. That was a really big hit. I can't say they would have been entirely happy, as we see car 260's got a stop go 30. There's a few cars going in for pits to take service now, as we see a few cars are coming to the end of their timings. There are a few teams that are evidently trying to roll the dice and going for a full-length last stint. I think with the weather as it is, I might be inclined to run as long as you can on stints. However, there are a couple that are now on that hour mark. 103, 102, ooh, that was close. God, 300, 104.45 on your stint time. That is playing with fire.
It works.
It works. They managed to get in under the 1 hour 5 minute mark. They were clearly trying to roll the dice and not have to put another set of wets on and then make another pit stop again for this race. This is the final round of this. I'm just going to pull up SimGrid quickly for 5 minutes and just see. That was the wrong button. see if I can see what the points are, whether it's double points, and see who's going to finish where with this one. So, bear with us just a moment. I'm going to end up probably doing what I did on Wednesday and taking a mental maths exam.
While she does that, we do see Tempest is all over the back of Wilson, I believe it is. No, it's not Wilson. Who is it? I'm not sure. There is a ghost car on track, it seems. I'm not actually sure what's happened here, but Tempest, currently in P18, is up a few positions now in P16. So gained a few positions there, or is it P... Hang on.
That's Tempest on car 600. This is a battle for position. Unless there is a lap between them, which there isn't. This is a battle for position now.
ACC doing ACC things, not updating my leaderboards, but it is a battle for position here, as we see he's all over the back of him going through the Degners now. He is still in the advantage, about 3-2 tenths between them both, but they are now going through the hairpin, very close between them both now. The McLaren does have the advantage on pace. It's not by much looking at previous laps, but it does seem though he will have the slipstream going into the straight. It's not going to be too much. It depends how he reacts going through Spoons. Now, it does seem he has the better line going through it, but how much is it actually going to improve him? He is going to get the better exit going through the end of Spoons. No, he is not. He's going to run it very, very wide there. Just a tiny bit of an oversteer moment there, which has led to a bit of a bit of a gap between P17 and P18 of the 600 296 and the 137 McLaren 720S Evo.
Right, sorry, I was just having a quick look. Excuse me, it is double points for this round, which means whoever wins this gets 80 points for the win, 70 for second, 60 for third. So, who is Stone Cold Racing in the 720S GT3 car 316? Where are you at the moment? Because you're currently leading the standings. But you are... Where's 136? 136 Willamette is in 5th position at the moment, so they are on to only gain... oh, it's a drop score race as well. Oh, this is going to get complicated. This is what I got caught out with last time round.
Good luck.
Oh, my brain is going to melt the next hour. I am going to sit and just steadily try and work this out whilst seeing what we can do with commentary.
The 600 Ferrari manages to just defend his position by mere millimeters there. It does seem that Tempest is trying to get past as eagerly as he can, going through into the last part of Sector 2 as they've actually hit each other just a tiny bit there, going through the hairpin, which has led to the 600 car going flying a bit into the wall there. It's not too bad. He has lost that position now, unfortunately. The 600 car going down into P18 and potentially even P19.
Okay, so the Stone Cold Racing, their lowest position at 8th. So they've got the last round, which is their worst score, so they'll drop that one because they are currently in 5th. Is that right?
What are you trying to do? Trying to work out champions?
Yeah, I was trying to work out the points, but I don't think after all of this that's been going on, I don't think I have quite got the brain power to make this work.
I don't blame you.
I am desperately sat here trying to work it out, but I think the drop scores are just going to screw with my head far too much. Because PLR won the last round, but they are in 4th at the moment. And they are on the tail of Smith Adams now. They have caught back up. They're half a second back from Smith Adams in that McLaren. So this isn't over in the slightest as they close right up on the brakes into the last chicane. And Harry gets a little bit of a slide on the curve, but still gets the drive through there. I am going to leave the points for I think my brain cannot keep up with commentating and trying to work that out at the same time. I apologise, people. I was going to try and work that out, but it's a drop score system, and I am not sure I can cope with that, with everything that's going on the track. So we'll call it as we go. We'll see what happens post-race, whatever the provisional finishing positions are. I'll work it out from there and what have you. Did you want to do driver interviews this evening after this?
It's completely up to you. I've got a bit of spare time before another commentary session, but I'm up for whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, if anybody does want to jump in after this one and let us know how things got on, we'll do a handful of driver interviews if anybody is available. I don't blame you if you are just too knackered after this.
As I am going to say this now, speaking of the community, obviously like and subscribe if you haven't already. This is definitely a community that is getting closer to the 4,000 subscriber mark, which is already a milestone in itself. And if you can subscribe on Twitch or join on YouTube, also financially helps out Hayden with servers and other costs of this server.
Indeed, as we see, 216 just gets it a little bit wrong. Coming out of the... Why have I... Oh, that's because it's... coming out of the S's there, it just lights the tyres up on the curb, as we see... I think we're starting to see as we see car 600... was that car 600...
He's still...
ran it wide... Was that the one that ended up having the... I can't remember which way around that was. Did they get punted, or did they punt somebody at the hairpin? I'm not sure. They died for the pit lane either way.
Tempest.
Oh, was that the one on Tempest? No,
yeah.
okay, fine. They're 1 hour 3 anyway on time, so they needed to pit regardless. We're starting to see... This is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. If I'm doing the maths correctly, there's nobody who can get through. Ooh, there might be a couple of people that can get through to the start of, to the end of the rain, but we're talking literally a handful of people who can get through, potentially, plausibly get through to the end of the rain in 10 minutes' time before their stint runs out. Obviously, that means the track's not dry, won't instantly become dry because it stopped raining. It will take time to dry out, but there's a lot of people now who are right heading towards the end of their time limit. I'm just having a look through now. It looks like the closest one to being able to make it is Sims, who's just cleared 49 minutes, as has Corbin in first. So everybody else is 50 minutes or more into their stint. So I'm not sure when that changed over to being dry in 10 minutes time, or at least no rain in 10 minutes time. I don't know, so I will keep an eye on that now and see when it stops raining. If it does, these are estimate times. Like I say, the weather mapping is exact on its time frames. It will just do what it wants to do. So this will adjust as necessary. As Elmstrom is alongside, right, going into 130R. That's too wide into 130R. No contact made. Nobody goes beyond the white line particularly. There might have been some outside tyres going too wide now. They are literally 2x2 through this last chicane. Looks like Smith Adams has just managed to eke it out on the exit. Gets a bit of a wiggle on. Does that give the Aston and a bit of a boost on drive going down this pitch straight? They are in the draft, dragging up behind. Can they do anything on the brakes into turn 1 here? Yeah, indeed, they managed to make that move stick. Very smart driving from Smith Adams. Knew that one was going to happen and just gave space to fight another day, as that now puts Elmstrom back up into third position. As they go through the middle part of the S's now. Well, that just got exciting.
I'm glad you commentated on that, because I would have not known where to start. Oh, Laser seemed to get a tiny bit loose there going through into Sector 2. That is back up and running again. Lost the position, it seems. No sort of damage to that car to what I can see. But he is lost a tiny bit of time there to the car ahead and the car behind.
Wonderful. There was Smith Adams coming back on Elmstrom into the hairpin. Elmstrom just managing to get that drive, and it looks like it has stopped raining. So track is obviously still is now actually immediately saying damp. So who wants to roll the dice on slicks first?
Oh, there is actually a lot of damage to Laser's car. I'm presuming he might have to come in at some point.
Indeed, that is the car that this battle has just gone through. Back marker that these two have just gone past as well. With all of this,
Armstrong up into P2. Not sure when that happened, but
that's what I've just been commentating. How that P2? Hang on,
sorry, I don't think I was paying attention.
No, that's fine. I hadn't realised they'd got. I thought it was P3. Has somebody pitted?
It's either that or no one's disconnected. However, we do see Smith Adams coming into the pit now. So
Yeah, Smith Adams has just bailed for the pits. I am going to switch that over and see what players they take. The question is, they will be on their 1 hour 2 minutes 40 as they cross the line. Well, 39. So they have to now. Corbin and Elmstrom are 52 and 54 minutes respectively. So they can stay out on their wets as this track starts to dry further. As we see Elias Fernando into the pits there in car 38 as well. This is going to get spicy. Like I say, I'm going to keep an eye out as to what Smith Adams takes in terms of tyres. If he goes for wet, then that's probably the smart option. Do you go dry and brave it out for as long as you can? Is the question now, as they will drop back down 260 kilometers an hour for both Corbin and Elmstrom through the speed trap, and that is the two fastest lap times. Adams just gets moving. That looked like they had a bit of a long stop there, possibly some damage that we didn't see to be fixed there, as they were stopped longer than Elias there, who has. And it looks things, I'm guessing, swapped to Chef. Yes. So they've gone for dries. They have immediately gone for dries. So this will be a tentative, slidey, skatey outlap. But they have gone for dries. They are the first of the top running cars to have done so. And we will see how that plays out later on in this battle. It is not over, as we see Corrado is now come out. Smith Adams has come out straight in front of Corrado, who I believe is on wet, so will have the advantage right now. So Smith Adams just needs to make sure they keep some heat in those tyres and keep Corrado behind them in that Porsche. And then as the track comes back, nope, that was a big slide on the exit of the Degners there. And that is thank you very much to Corrado. I'm sorry, I have been getting names. That's Wagner back in the car now for the last bit of the race. We saw a yellow flag flick up. I didn't see who that was as they go past.
619. 619 seems to be carrying a lot of damage going on to a new lap, going through Sector 1, having to let a few cars by. It does seem there's a lot of damage to his front end. That's why I like to call it the social ball bonnet, because it keeps flapping up and down.
Oh, it's giving us a bit of a way. That's never fun. Now, as we see car 500 on 2-1-2, car 500's on dries now already. They must have taken that at their last pit stop. How long have they been out of the garage?
It must be 5 minutes or so.
They've been muscling it out for 15 minutes on those tyres for a car 500.
Legend. Moretti getting yellow flag, sliding, drifting through the corners. Literally, he is drifting all of the corners now.
Oh, that's not good for your tyres. You are also on dries. I'm wondering whether you just come out of the pits as well. You're a minute into your stint, so you've just pitted and picked up that. As we see, Corbin and Elmstrom are now on 55 and 57 minutes into their stint. I don't think they've got any other options than to take dries at this point, because everybody else has around them. So I'm going to take a punt and say they probably need to take dries. Jones has pitted and is on dries. You've been out there for about 7 minutes. Willamot's on wet. Willamot's on wet and has 45 minutes on a drying track.
DeSantos, what a lovely name in the first place. Getting a bit of pressure from the 500 296 as well behind him.
Yeah, DeSantis is one of the cars that's been running dries even all the way through the rain. I'm not entirely sure what possessed them to do it, but they opted to do it. I mean, if the car works and you're able to hang on to it, then so be it. But they are definitely up and going now. This will be a time in which it will be very easy to pick up track limits abuse penalties, because your lap times will now start to fall back down. So it will be based, I believe, if I've worked it out correctly, it's based on an average lap time. And if it gives you an advantage and brings your average lap time down, it gives you a penalty, or at least a track limits warning. So with the drying track, that's going to be something that drivers are really going to have to keep an eye out for.
Trying to see if there's any other battles on track. The only one I can see is Daniel and the 600 296, the two cars I can see, but it's not really a battle anymore.
No,
it's just phasing out.
It's closed up a little bit through the last chicane, but that Ferrari, yeah, has just got the legs on the Porsche, especially being up in the toe of that McLaren in front, which is I'm not sure if that's a lap down car or if that's a lap ahead. Looks like it's a lap down car on these two. Car 87. Here's car 87. Car 87. No, that's that's the car that's just been through the pit. So they are unlapping themselves on that car. Let's check that back up. Corey McGonigal, thank you. Oh, you're the one that subscribed earlier. Come on, 316. Sorry, that was a little while ago. I apologise for the delay calling that one in chat. There's a little bit been going on as we see some more pit callers. We see the two leaders, Elmstrom and Corbin, are both in the pits. Line astern. Elmstrom pits just as Corbin pulls out, so that is the gap. That will be about 30-ish seconds then. For those two. The question is, does Willamot's also pitted and has had to for wets to get rid of those wets that are probably boiling at this point.
Sector 1. Sorry, Figgins, the 313296 seeming to spin. Not sure what caused that into the S's, but it doesn't seem he has damage, or does he? I can't really tell from this distance, but he is unfortunately 5 laps down from the leader, but he is a lap down from, a lap up to P27 as well, so he's probably having a bit of a boring race to say the least right now.
Jones has cycled back up into second place after their pit stop. That must be the car that we didn't notice hit, as Gadgen gets back in the car 21 and is now going to be back, is just rolling now, going to turn 1. So there is, what is the gap there to that one? That's a 28-second gap to Jones. They are 37 seconds back from the leader. Solberg in that 99 BMW managed to get back out and stay in the lead, such is the gap they have over the other cars. So this is basically, unless there's any funny business with the weather, which currently it's saying dry in 30 minutes on a greasy track, and we can really see the dry line there is very much in existence. The rest of the track will dry out, but it will take a lot longer, so back markers, cars being lapped, making passes, at this point in time will be very tricky because you run offline and you're going to start running out of grip very quickly. Couple that with the general detritus that gets picked up at the side of the circuit as well. So we are currently on for a greasy track. That will dry out, but it will be, well, it looks like quite a while. Air temperature's come up, it's 20 degrees, track temperature is still 27.
We do see as well the 91 Porsche 992 all over the back of the 600 Ferrari. Again, this car has had so much time on commentary now, it seems. He is losing quite a bit of time though to the 91 car of Daniel in the Porsche 992. Going through the final corner of Sector 2, I believe, going through 130 now-ish. As we also see Yasin coming out of the pits now, which causes a tiny bit of a yellow flag, but going back on board with the battle. These two cars back at it. It seems in terms of pace difference, they are literally thousandths of a second between each other. Could have been a bit of an anomalous lap. We'll have to see what's caused these two drivers to be quite close together once again. But it seems the gap is starting to open up a tiny bit. It's not much, but the slipstream is going to cause that to also just go down and down. That's not English, but we'll go with it.
It's good enough for this. As that gap's just closing up massively. Whoa, that was a big wiggle coming out of the first corner for the Porsche. Manages to hold it together there. These intermediate conditions are not easy for the drivers. They're tricky to keep the tyre temperature up, tyre temperature and pressure up. It's tricky to go for an overtake because, like I say, you run offline, you start getting the tyres start cooling off quite quickly because they start getting wet. And again, that has issues with tyre pressure and temperature. You see these two come through the two Degners now. Anything else? So Jones is 6.3 back from Solberg. Now the track is drying out, and we saw that car be very, very quick in the dry. In the wet, whether that BMW will still be quick as the track is drying out, time will tell on that one.
It will indeed. These two cars once again battling at it. Once again, not sure if you were just mentioning that. It does seem though he's going to try force the inside line through spoons. Yes, he has done that. Bit of a what's the word? It's not fraud. It's my days. Well,
slightly forceful move, but makes it happen.
It worked.
Okay, and that looks like that is done and dusted there for Daniel there in that 91 Porsche. That's not slightly confusing. The 91 Porsche is in 90. As Gadgen is fastest last lap of 2:05.9, still nowhere near their 2:02.5 of the fastest lap of the race. The gap, Jones is closing in quick on Solberg, now 4.7 seconds back. 4.8 seconds back from Solberg. That was 6 or so seconds earlier. This is definitely not over. As long as Jones doesn't get too caught up with back markers here, this is going to be very, very quick, very, very close. The last split, what's it going to come through on screen when they do now? That's very much getting to the point of being in sight for that Lamborghini. If there's anything at this point when the car's coming back to you with us here towards the end of this race, 35 minutes to go. 35 and a half minutes plus a little bit for when that goes. When we actually see the checkered for time, we'll see, but 4.5 seconds now down as they cross the line to Jones. from Solberg to Jones. Gadgen is still 28 seconds, not really closing up on that one, but I mean that's still a hell of a drive to finish third on this one.
It does just seem now, once again, these two cars, I keep mentioning it, but it's the only battle that seems to be on track, so I'm still relying on it. 91 and 600, they were close, but it seems the 91 992 has just pulled the gap out a tiny bit, which has just made it over a second again. So it makes it a bit less interesting. But I think we're now down to waffling a tiny bit, because I thought we would have seen a tiny bit more battles come into the end of the race. We still have, I believe, a few people having to do one more pit stop, which could close up the grid a tiny bit, but I'm not sure it's going to make a humongous impact. There
is Pokemundi in car 420 is the last car to need to stop. What tyres are you on? You are on dry, so you just have to make one last pit stop. You're an hour and 1 minute 45 in, so next lap or so, you'll see them pit. Otherwise, everybody else has made their last pit stops, so any battles we see will be what we see on track. That car dropped 8 places across the course of this race, and unfortunately it's going to drop a few more as we go through. They'll be on 6 pit stops by the time they finish racing tonight, which is a little unfortunate. As you can see, Jones has pitted 3 times, whereas Solberg has pitted 4. Yeah, keep it out the pits, keep it out the barriers, keep it out the stewards' books, and you're pretty good on that one. What is that gap to the leaders? The gap to the leaders is now 2.5 seconds.
It's starting to get a bit interesting when you put it into that perspective, but I still think it's going to be a relatively calm end to the race. It doesn't seem anyone's close enough to be worrying, apart from maybe P11 and P12, but they've been at it for quite some time.
That gap has just ticked under 2 seconds now. Jones is on an absolute mission to catch up with Solberg here. Now, obviously, as we've seen, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. So that will be the bit that that's going to be the tricky bit here, is who can actually get past once they've caught up. That BMW is a big old boat of a car in comparison, but yeah, 1.3 seconds now as they come into the hairpin. That gap's coming down and fast with 32 minutes to go. We'll see what happens, but Gadgen in third is still posting quickest lap times overall. Their last lap being almost about 6/10 faster than the cars ahead. Than the car ahead. The lap difference was 3 seconds difference between Solberg and Jones on that previous lap. So that's why that gap's come down so quickly. Is that Lambo is very happy now the track is dry. BMW not so much as it runs the curves. Definitely, I think, starting to feel the pressure now, as that gap's sort of stabilising at about 1.3 seconds. So we'll come back to that as we see Chef and Sims come down inside of a second now. 0.8 between those two, as Chef is catching up with Sims there.
I'm just looking at the moment. That's why I've been a bit quiet. I apologise. It's just if any lap times are quite similar. There's a few drivers that are very consistent with each other, but there's a lot of fluctuation in lap times now. So this is what we do expect at end of stints.
We have a new fastest lap, Tempest in 137, goes 2:01.972, as we are now in a green state of track. As we see this gap here, that gap is coming down again. The gap also for the lead is down to half a second as well now, so I will stick with this one to see if anything happens between these two, as it looks like Sims is definitely got the disadvantage to Chef in that McLaren behind. Chef goes for a bit of gets a bit checked up on the brakes there, has to take a little bit of evading action going into the chicane. I am going to jump back to this battle for the lead as Jones is now 0.3 right up underneath the rear wing of that BMW coming into the chicane. Big set of number 11s for the BMW as they come out there into the last corner. The BMW's got drive though, it's got the grunt in a straight line. This looks like it's a back marker that might be attempting to try and look for a way of unlapping themselves, as that is car 30, which is down in, that is Possamato in 16th, so they are definitely a lap down on these two cars. This might be a traffic take away situation, as I'm not entirely sure that BMW is able to deal with the traffic quite as well as the Lambo, as we see the Lambo moving out to try and just show its nose on that BMW, but that's left it open for that Ferrari that's now got the run up the inside to open that gap back up to the BMW. Now the question is, can Jones use this Ferrari as a bit of a wedge to get past the BMW, as that Ferrari is going to be desperately trying to unlap itself to get back up and make up whatever time it can, as it's clearly quite a bit faster actually than both of these cars. Jones has just taken a little bit to sit back now, sit back and watch what's going on, doesn't want to get collected in anything, still desperately trying to catch back to this fight.
Just trying to think of what to actually commentate on, because there's really not that much left to do.
It does look like Chef has managed to get past Sims and is now run away to 2.5 seconds. So apologies that we missed that one. Barbecue possum. No, we are out of sync because we got punted into the pit lane early. Not, can BMW win here in Suzuka? Well, that's going to be the question, as Jones now goes back past the 30 car there and allows Jones to go properly back on the hunt for that BMW. Well, in answer to your question, time will tell. This Lambo is giving them everything they possibly can to try and catch back up, but we'll see if there is a need. We'll see what happens with 26.5 minutes to go. There is still very much all to play for, as that gap is just cruising back down. Again, it does kind of feel like an if, a when more than an if, but these are two very, very good drivers. So we shall see how this pans out between both of them.
One thing I've just spotted, I know it says half an hour, but I'm not sure how long ago that was, but there is a chance for more rain at the end of the race.
Ooh, if that comes early with 26 minutes to go, if that's early, it could throw a cat amongst the pigeons. We saw at Silverstone, the people were, towards the end of the race, people were just willing to hang out on the slips just to the end of the race, but we are... track temperature's not amazing, it's about where it was last time out, so it's still holding around the 27-degree mark. Not a huge difference, but that Lambo has very much made the most of how big of a hole that BMW is punching in the air. He gets a little bit squirrely over the curves there Lambo's really good on its brakes into the chicane, pulls right up against under the rear wing BMW. But it's BM's got the drive out of the corner again. Still within reach of a decent tow there for the Lambo, so we'll desperately try and catch up. I'm going to chuck this on the rear wing of the BMW and see what that looks like. That's a menacing sight and a half as we ride on board from looking back across the rear wing of the BMW there. I hope not too much of this noise from my steering wheel is coming through. I should have probably just disconnected that. As we see a back marker just bailing out the way there, was one of the Sim Seniors cars. Didn't see which number that was that just exit stage left there. As we see this, Lambo is trying to have a look at every possible opportunity. The BMW has got a little bit of a drive advantage going through the faster sections of the track, but the Lambo definitely has the handling advantage through here. So this will definitely be an interesting one. That Lambo really closes up on the brakes there. Right on board with Jones here from their perspective, right down on the front splitter. I'm just having to play around with the cameras on this because it's a nice close battle. Pretty much the only thing we've got, although Pokemon Leaf has just managed to get past Tempest right at the death there, but that is a battle that is switching places very much so at the moment. And just Lambo tries to just show the nose, big slide, big number 11s out of the hairpin, but somehow that BMW picks up drive and just gets going on that Lambo at the last corner. Definitely able, certainly through this first corner, definitely able to carry so much more speed. You can see how much that BMW is moving around underneath Solberg. That is not a happy car. The fact that they're managing to hang on to this as well as they are is really impressive. Just seeing how much that car is moving around, it's got to give Jones just that minute amount of hope that car that they can just get the driver a little bit unsettled and make some sort of move stick.
It does seem though, the 600, I just flicked back to him, but he has accumulated some damage there. Quite a bit of damage as well.
Ooh.
He is continuing on though, as we can see.
Let's jump back to the BMW and let's see how much that driver is having to work to hang on to this thing. As we've seen it moving around so much already. Yeah, a lot of chunk of opposite lock coming out of Spoon. You see the menacing, through all the roll cage and everything, you see the menacing top roof and what have you with that Lambo behind. Big lift going into R30 there, hard on the brakes. That Lambo right up, this closes up so much on the brakes through this segment. But BMW just able to get that drive, although that looks, it's flicked back to an external view. That's definitely closer than the Lambo has been, but again, we still have this back marker just almost buzzing around like an annoying little fly, just getting in the way, trying to be in the way, be annoying to both of these cars, as that Lambo is right on the rear wing now. We've got 20 minutes 50 seconds to go now on the race, and this is just they're not giving up. They're really not giving up. After 4 hours, they are still this close.
It's kind of scary though. These two are still very close because one wrong mistake, you could say, and everything goes wrong.
One mistake. There is a couple of back markers that they are catching up on. So this is going to be a big moment for both of them. Who can get out? Who can get past the back markers? How friendly are the back markers going to be to both cars as well? So this is a multi-sided thing. Is how well do the back markers get past? Allow these drivers to get past, and how well do they get past the back markers as well? I think Jones has got to try and make a bit of a move soon, because that car, they're 10 minutes, they're about 11 minutes longer on their stint already than Solberg. So they've got the slightly older tyres, they've been in the dirty air for a good chunk of time now, a good few laps. They really have got to make sure that they get this done and dusted so they can run away properly, showing their nose up the outside into the chicane there of that BMW, as we've got a back marker BMW. They've both caught it on the straight now. They're going to try it as Solberg tries to gain as much of a slipstream as possible to get past. This is going to be both of them runs around the outside. Oh, that was a little bit unfortunate for Jones there. Gets a little bit checked up on that BMW. That bonnet is unhappy and bouncing around and very open on that road racing BMW. And so this battle still goes on. Still it happens. And, so my concern is we've got a couple of battles forming. 500 and 224 are getting close to each other, as is Mazza and Sims. Mazza in 333 catching up with Sims in the 121, and car 500 catching to 224, although that gap's just opened back up again as well anymore. Whoa, Moffat and that's Sim Seniors on Sim Seniors there. Moffat and Royos running side by side into 130R. Looks like Royos has got the advantage coming out of the chicane and made that one stick. But Moffat is coming back under on the drive down into turn 1. Can they get this back? Can they do something? Still got the overlap. Too wide into the second half of turn 1, and the Aston Martin's just got the drive on the exit. Comes out of that inside line and gets past nicely. Let's just check back in with this lead battle. As that Lambo again, it just closes up so much in the big braking zone. Big wiggle for the BMW going onto the grass there. Has this given the Lambo the opportunity it needs? Right in the draft, it barely makes any distance. The BMW is now having to go defensive, really going defensive into turn 1. Just sees off Jones there in that Lambo. So Solberg stays ahead for now, but that was a big scare and very much cannot make any mistakes like that at all, because Jones will be all over them and is all over the back of that BMW like a cheap suit.
Sorry if I go quiet at times like this. I'm still quite sick, so I just need to get a drink sometimes.
No, that is absolutely fine. We've been drinking like a fish all afternoon on and off, so don't worry about it. Thank you ever so much for stepping in and helping today after the mild carnage that has been going on amongst us. The rest of the commentary team, we've had somebody who's Matt, who was due to be with us on stream, as we see the car 30 to have to take big evasive action to the hairpin there as not to take out this 78 car that is racing for the lead.
You can have a little break if you want. 15 minutes left of this race now. We do see these two top drivers here of Truis Solberg and then Chase Jones from the Noobs RS Lamborghini, very close to each other. I've been observing them while I do sick people stuff. But these two, it seems the BMW is stronger going into Sector 3, as we can see now. That seems Chase is a lot better going into Sector 1, and they're quite even going through the last corners. We do see now they are trying to go side by side with each other, but going through Sector 1, Chase does seem to be in the advantage zone, mainly because that is a higher downforce car than that BMW M4. Now going on to the, well, you can say start-finish straight, but now he has the slipstream. I'm not sure how much is going to work for him going into the first corner. Now, it isn't going to work for him just yet, but this is where we see Chase's advantage going into Sector 1 with his Lamborghini. He tries to tuck himself in the inside there, going through the final part of Turn 1. Doesn't seem to work for him. He tries to go for another little move going into Turn 2, and the rest of the S's, he can't really plant his car good enough to try get more of advantage than the BMW M4, so he just needs to keep an eye out as he is doing. But we do also see there's a few other cars trying to catch up, which are back markers as well, which can play a factor in this race as well. They are also battling. There seems to be a three-way battle for these three cars down at P9, P10 and 11, but we'll stay on board with these two cars as they get very, very rowdy with each other. But Solberg is doing quite a good job at defending, and obviously being in the lead of this race, you probably know how to act under pressure, as these three cars behind him, as we are going to quickly segment, are going side by side now, going through the final corners of Sector 2. Now he is going to try to do a bit of a switchback going to the hairpin. It does work. Is it still side by side? No, but McLaren does go and get the better exit going through the hairpin. Now going into the street just before Spoons. This is usually where some overtakes do happen. Are we going to see that with the 500 296? And then McLaren gets a bit of a tap there. It's not too effective though. It is going to cause the other Ferrari of Mazda to catch up a tiny bit more. But that is going to lose a bit of confidence in both drivers, as we do see Solberg quite close to the back. Well, not Solberg, Chase Jones quite close to the back of Solberg, but we do see the 296 is going to try go side by side going through 150i. Yes, they are going to do it. They leave barely any room for each other there, and they do make it work.
Jones, sorry to jump in, Jones has gone side by side into the chicane. Can they hold it? Not quite. Can they get anything on the exit? They are as close as they have ever been coming down here. They will be fully in the draft of this BMW as they come down the pit straight. BMW goes defensive. I think the Lambo has got the brakes and the overlap enough. Not quite. Can they get a car back on the inside? That BM is so fast in a straight line compared to this Lambo. It's pretty much able to hold its gap by being in the draft. Draft as they come through the S's now. That Lambo has just got the grip going through here, really cranking down on the back of this BMW. The Lambo's trying to just show its nose anywhere it can. BMW is just covering every inside line possible that it can. This is both some incredible driving from both parties. It's extremely respectful. We've not really seen any major amounts of contact between them, if any at all. They've been going at this probably, half an hour now? And they're still
like that.
Side by side, and they are giving it everything, but they are being respectful and sensible about everything they can, that is carnage in the background there. I don't know which cars that was, but it looked like Gasolina was in there somewhere.
I'm not sure what really happened there. If you get replay on it and check for yourself there, I am really not sure what happened. I can't get the replay up for some reason. My ACT race controls deciding to do other things.
Here on board with Gasolina, so they should show. Gasolina just tags the back end of 30, which then just cannons everybody else into each other in front of them as cars end up scattering behind to try and make that back up. As they come back through that. So yeah, it looked like it was just Concertina everybody getting checked up, and that was that after that. So Tempest still holds the lap record with a 2 minute flat 0.927 as we go back with this battle for the lead. I think after this amount of time, whilst the Lambo is able to get up under the rear wing of that BMW, I think it's just starting to struggle with its front tyres a little bit. It looks possibly like it's not turning in as well as it once used to do. and it's not quite as happy as it was before when they first came together now. It is still just having to get checked up on the brakes somewhere you really don't want to be, because it's going to make you slow all the way down through here, through this long left-hander into the two right-hand Degners here. There's sparks coming out as BMW runs over the curb. Lambo catches right back, still right under that rear wing, just needs any amount of gap, and that car is going to be in it at any opportunity. Gets right on the rear wing, still right up against that back end of that BMW.
It doesn't seem any sort of improvement has happened here from Chase. Just putting a lot of pressure on Solberg and hoping Solberg burst under the pressure.
Yeah, like I say, it looks like that BMW is moving around a lot in the dry now, compared to the Lambo. It has always looked like it's just sliding and moving and not completely as comfortable or as composed. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chase manages to get a move done, whether we see that car just kind of half bolt out away in front, just by the fact that I think it's able to deal with things a little bit better. Excuse me, as we see them come back out the last corner onto the front straight here, and that Lambo is just it's struggling quite hard to keep up with it in the straight line. And I think this is one of those things you see in other games where you've got a big, heavy power car against the nippy little handling car, is you can just make your car a roadblock and be really annoying for the car in front, behind, because you just can't find a way past because you can park it on every apex possible. And that is exactly what we're seeing here from Solberg. It's just parking that BMW everywhere he needs to, just checking that Lambo up and just stopping it going past. Like I say, any mistake from either of these drivers and it's going to be day done. It just shows the nose absolutely everywhere. So much better on the brakes. As we see yet again that BMW just sliding through out of the last of the Degners. It seems to be happy doing it. Seems to be able to use that kind of hole on the inside of the corner to hook the car in and then catch it on the exit on the curbs. Bit of a risky move to do, but if your car's set up and you're happy doing that, then go for it. I think this is very much a battle that is not going to be settled till the line.
It does look like Moretti's ping is quite concerning. P8.
Yeah. I haven't got any ping information at most.
A little green bar.
Yeah, it has been up there, and it seems to have run away at the moment. I've got no ping for anybody.
Oh.
It's just given up.
As I think we're all going to do in a minute.
Yeah.
So 6 minutes and 30 left of this race, more or less, depending on where the leader positions their car. These two going for a new lap here, lap 107, or I'm going to say 110. These two cars have been at it for, what is it now, 45 minutes? Maybe a bit longer?
Yes, it's definitely well over half an hour now. Their lap times, Jones was about a tenth faster in the last, managing to get it under a 2-minute 3.
They've collided with each other and...
I did not, sorry, I was looking at my timing screen. Let's get a replay on that. What happened there? So they came through, Jones has an overlap on the exit. There, gets an overlap, just makes contact, and Solberg goes out. Looks like Jones has taken the lead, but Gajan has now got through into second after all of that as well. So that puts 2 seconds up the road on Gajan as well for Jones on Gajan, and Solberg is about 1.7 back from Gajan now.
depending on if Solberg's teammate of Corbin reports that issue, or if it's going to be post-race stewarding, Bella could win this race now.
That's very true. Very, very true. That may be... we shall see. I'm not going to make a call on that. That did kind of look a bit of a racing incident. I don't want to call that either way, because that's a very close move for both parties there. There was some overlap at various points. Like I say, the stewards they've got replays and all sorts. They can just go back through, look at all the angles, all the possibilities there for what happened, and make a decision. To my eyes, it looked a bit of a racing incident. It just got a bit of an overlap, got a little bit, and Jones kind of got a little bit turned in on. But like I say, it wasn't the best of angles that we could see for that, and we'll let that go to the stewards rather than making a decision ourselves.
Either way, though, the damage that I think Jones has accumulated is starting to take a toll on the Noobs RS car, because Bella has gained 4-ish tenths just in a few corners.
Well, this isn't over with 4 minutes to go.
This is interesting.
This is very interesting. Just whilst there's a couple of seconds between those, is there anything else? No, everything else is kind of 4 or 5 seconds. There's a 2-second gap. There's not. Everything's definitely strung itself out as we car 600. Oh, you were pointing the wrong way coming out. Oh, that one. That was a very lucky flick turn. That's not somewhere you want to be doing that, especially not with cars bearing down. Let's go back and see what happened. Coming down this back stretch here, looks like you just... Again, you've managed to loop this. I think this is the 3rd time now we've seen you manage to loop this on your own. Gets all over the curves. Desperately tries to hold on to that. Very well done. To try and hold on to that on the exit of 130R. Doesn't quite manage it, and then flick turns it back around as one of the Sim Seniors cars comes back through, comes through behind. That was a brown trousers moment for all involved.
Exactly, but it does seem that Chase Jones is starting to widen that gap between him and Bella now.
You get a little bit rattled after an incident like that, so it might take you a lap or so to get back up to speed. So I think that's exactly what's happened now. Is Jones has just got back up to speed and is able to hold on to that. So
even though Bella, it's fluctuating actually. This gap keeps going from about 2.2 to 2 seconds to 1.8, quite a lot now.
Yeah,
so I'm starting to think if it's just pace-wise.
Corbin, who is the other half of that BMW, possibility of pit stop bug on our car, 2 seconds off the pace compared to us sliced in earlier. Oh, that's a shame. Sorry, I've only just seen that. Like I say, chat isn't completely directly visible, so I am catching up with this as much as I can. But thank you very much for the update on that one. Like I say, apologies for not catching up with that sooner. I've just been concentrating on everything that has been going on. I think this... Yeah, BMW is just slowly eking its... sorry, not BMW. BMW has clearly picked up a chunk of damage because that has dropped right off. Setup seems to have changed. I'm going to check it once we're done. It seems to have dropped right off the pace now. We've gone back to 5 seconds back from Gadgen now. Obviously Gadgen has pulled that gap up a little bit. And it is in sight, but they're going to be going on to their last lap now. So short of a fairly major mistake from Jones, this is theirs to lose now, as they are 1.8 seconds as they go on to the last lap here. Now that Aston does have a good chunk of grunt to get down the straights, but I think that Lambo is just a bit too quick in There we go. So yeah, leaders
Motivated.
final lap started now with 20 odd seconds to go. Yeah, with a 1.8-ish second gap from Gadgen to Jones, that is probably not going to come down unless there is a big issue with some back markers or a spin or something from Jones. Although Jones does have a back marker to deal with that is coming up that they will have to deal with in this lap. Now, I would say if I'm back marker, I would definitely want to let that car pass so I don't have to do the extra lap.
Welcome on in, Hayden.
Oh, hello. Sorry,
Hello,
I was
everyone.
not paying attention. Hello, Mr. Hayden.
How are we doing, guys? All right? Ill.
It's been a hell of a race.
Well, so I let you guys into a little secret now.
Ooh.
I have purposely
Avoided us, and I wouldn't blame you.
avoided you to go. No, because you guys, honestly, I've been watching pretty much rest all the afternoon, and you two have been bloody brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
And I just wanted to pop into the chat and just say congratulations on, I know, obviously, I appreciate Alex has probably done these long enduros before. Oh, I say long, they're not really that long, but, you know, these enduro type events before. And Zeta, I know you're dipping your toes in for the first time. You've both done amazing. Really well done.
Oh, thank you.
It's been quite difficult this week. Obviously, we've had a lot of personal things going on with some of our, staff members. And you two have stepped up, so I just want to say thank you, really, and enjoy the last few laps with you guys.
Oh, well, thank you very much. As we are just following Jones here now, coming out of the last corner to come across the line. It's a long run down, gives it a bit of a wiggle and a bit of a weave across the line to win the final race of the Mini Enduro Series.
On the finish line.
Rip. Saw that.
Who was that?
I think that's Bella. No, Bella's went into the wall.
We're gonna find that.
Just a dead man.
No, that was. It looks to be okay going across there, but has just.
It was card number 30, P6, P17 of Possomito.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, they're pointing. Yeah, fair enough. Did just find the end of that one with it parked next to the grass. Last few cars come across the line. So, yes, indeed. Very well done. Gasolina there has 10 seconds that will be added post-race for penalty. That is 10 seconds for car 1 causing a collision with car 30 on lap 103. So that was right in the dying moments of that. So massive well done for Solberg. We'll let the stewards deal with what happened between yourselves and Solberg and Jones. We'll let them. So massive well done to Jones. Gadgen, incredible drive as the ring lands.
Come on, Gadgen. Do PLR proud, mate.
Well done indeed. You have managed to climb up from basically stone dead last to finish second. So very well done there. We had rain due in 30 minutes and it was about 26 minutes when we noticed that. And the race is now finished and we have all done there. So let's just pull up OBS. And if anybody did want to come and have a chat, by all means, do so. We will do a handful of driver interviews now, if anybody is about to do so.
One thing I am still quite interested to see is what the stewards think of obviously the Chase Joan and the Solberg incident, because obviously you think it's a racing incident. I don't really know. I'm not going to comment on what I think it is because I don't really know.
I'll let that's my opinion on it. I will let the stewards make their own decisions on that. But that would be what I would have thought with that. I say we'll see if we'll give it a few minutes before we wrap this up. If anybody did want to come and join in for a chat, I still have vaguely the race results still available. Didn't quite manage to clear it off soon enough.
Is it me or is Zeta's mic dipping in it, clipping in and out? Is that something for you?
It's it's
It
been
might be because I'm
happening a
moving
bit.
my head around between all of the screens.
Could be, possibly, yeah. I thought that was my end going.
No, it's as I've been looking around. I've been trying to keep my head in the same place so I can see all of the screens at once, but I've just been moving around a bit to see.
Didn't you see you have a screen behind you?
Yeah, I have a screen that's basically next to in line with my shoulders, in terms of next to us. So it's a bit of a wiggle to keep an eye out on what's going on there.
Oh, we have some people in the waiting area.
Oh, we do. We have Bella and we have Elmstrom.
Welcome on in, PLR boys. Good to see you both.
Welcome. Oh my god.
So obviously, you guys did absolutely insane during that race. Obviously, you went from the pits to practically P2 provisionally. And obviously, we did see that little incident between Solberg and Jones that could be playing out with the stewards. So you could. I'm not going to actually say anything because I don't want to jinx anything at all. But how do you think your race went from your perspective? Anything that didn't go to plan, or everything went smoothly?
I don't know what I did. I mean, I'd like to blame the game because that's easier than calling myself the idiot. But we started on dries, so we had to quickly disconnect and reconnect, so we at least don't have to do a pit stop. So yeah, we did that. So loaded the setup, started on wets, started from the pits, had a horrible first stint. I mean, I couldn't really get past people. Then we stopped for dries when nobody seemed to do it, and it paid out amazingly. So yeah.
Obviously,
everything went our way. After that, Truls 99, they pitted to the worn tire they used in the dry stint. So obviously they were slower, held up the Lambo, and then if Seb's Mets are correct, we are also champions. So I'll be on the beers.
as you should be. You're more than a confident driver there.
I was going to say, I was just exactly trying to work that out as to where everybody finished with all the drop scores and everything for that one.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's good when your drop down is a fourth place.
70 points from this, and P4, which was Willemot's team, who are leading, Jameson gets 48.
Yeah, you
correct me.
You were not results standing. This was your best result, so the 8th place that you already that you had still stands. So yeah, so actually that's been really, really quick. This is the results are already up. So the PLR, yes, yourselves are currently on 140 points versus 129 for the Noobs R Us team in second.
Let's
go.
So,
providing there's no funkiness that happens post-race, it looks like you have won that one, so very well done.
We've not done anything, so the only thing that can happen is, we are actually getting the win of the race, so it can only get better.
Which doesn't make too much of a difference there. BMW, that's going to be... I don't think it's going to make any odds between the BMW. I think the Noobs R Us are probably going to come in at least third. Doesn't think the BMW is going to pick up any further than where it is. As Stone Cold have come in third. So well done to yourselves for that one. Yeah, give yourself a pat on the back for coming in third. Round up we'll just run through the top 10 quick as it's all here. Like I say, this is all entirely provisional. It depends entirely on what happens. If there's anything post-race that needs to be dealt with from anywhere else that we didn't see on track. VX300 Gaming with their Porsche comes in fourth with 100 points. Comes in fifth with 100 points. Sixth, Baller Squad Racing with the 720 McLaren is going to come in on in sixth, 80 points, 73 points for Fortzilla Esport E-Racing in their 296 in seventh. The Interceptors in their 296 will come in 8th with 56 points. 9th for Renegade Racing 2 with 54 points. TDS Racing rounds out top 10 with 50. So that's your top 10 provisionally at this moment in time. So yes, well done. How was Suzuka in general in the wet for yourselves, and well, mixed conditions?
I'll let Seb do the talking now.
Oh, I'll do the talk. Okay, it was fun. That's probably the first point. Second one will be visibility. They're very hard to watch the apexes in the first sector, but everywhere else was pretty fun. And yeah, good driving from everyone. So can't blame it.
Nice.
You lads have been absolutely amazing during this championship. And I know Greg and all of the other admins at PLR will definitely be proud of you, boys.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to remind this that when we found out that our wet tires got switched to dries, Bella was like, should we quit?
Well, I never said to quit. I just wanted to do a double stint and I'll leave him to it while I do other stuff. Then when everybody had a nightmare with the strategy, I mean, our luck is that we did a race last week where we came into the exact situation where we had to do 2 laps on the wets in the dry. And then we realized that that's a death sentence. You'll be like 4 seconds per lap slower, so we just pitted for slicks, and that kind of saved us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Know what your car does and know how it handles. Like I say, I did say at the time it looked like you'd played the pit stops early on when you dived in for slicks fairly quickly after it stopped raining as a pretty good shout. So it evidently paid off. So very well done there.
I think we pitted exactly at the best lap every time, so the strategy was just bang on. I should probably apply to Ferrari now.
I would say it was our lap that was the best, or Solberg's, the BMW's lap that was the best, because they pitted 1 lap later, and that was also pretty good.
I regained time on them because of it.
Yeah.
Another lap. Oh god, I'm so happy.
How the hell do you commentate for?
I don't know, but it was a lot of fun. I'm going to blame it from you lot for being all the drivers in general, for being so much fun to watch, because it really is. And as a massive thank you to Alex for stepping in and giving us a hand today, because I genuinely don't think I could have done this on my own.
It's glad to be here, and I'm glad you could cope with me for 4 hours.
You're lovely. It's fine. I've had to deal with worse people for much, much longer.
Not going to name names? Question mark.
Not in this, but IRL life. Management. Yay.
I'm signing off now. Thank you guys for coming.
Alright, no worries. Thank you. Very well done on your I'm going to say provisional for now, but keep an eye out for anything. There'll be about 48 hours, theoretically, ish, and the final results should be up.
Is there a report for the Lambo?
Have
they already submitted one? Because if no, then we'll do it, because it would be pretty epic.
I don't know who has. I can't. All I've got is access to the report out, essentially.
Oh, okay.
So all I can see is that the penalties that have been given. Like I say, it will be reviewed over the next couple of days, and any new stuff that comes through from drivers.
So we don't need to file a report.
No, like I say, that is between BMW and the Lambo. So we'll leave that to either of those teams to file any and all necessary paperwork. Right. But yes, well done. Congratulations on that. And it has been a pleasure having you lot here.
Bye, guys.
See you in a bit, boys. And I think we should probably wrap up the stream as well. It's been...
It has. It is 6:45 in the evening. It's been 4 hours of... It's been 5 hours because no, that's 4 hours. It's 1:45 roughly that we started.
I've still got another shift.
You've still got more to do. I get to go and have some dinner and chill out for the evening. You've still got more to do.
Lucky.
enjoy whatever it is you're commentating on next. It has been an absolute pleasure doing this with you, and as always, it's an absolute pleasure to do this with Toga. It's a great fun community to they just have a laugh with everything. As it happens, we have nobody else here. So I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody on chat for chatting to us. Apologies, I haven't managed to keep entirely on top of all of that, but we are definitely going to do what we can to improve our situation a little bit better for next time round. But thank you very much. Thank you to Dex and his team of stewards that have been running around doing all the stewarding and all the race reports. It was a bit messy to start with, and then there was still a good few reports that came through after the first half an hour, and I have a feeling they have a few more to be sorting through at the moment. So we'll, as I say, the final results will come out in the next couple of days on SimGrid, so do keep an eye out for that. The appropriate people will be contacted at the end of this as to who won. So yes, anything you'd like to add before we finish as a final note?
Just obviously like and subscribe to the Toga YouTube channel. Anything helps. Very close to 4,000 subscribers on this channel now, and if you're watching on Twitch, give them a follow. The next race, I believe, is Monday. So
I thought there was one tomorrow.
You say what? There might be one tomorrow. The next one is whenever it is, and there will be an announcement for it.
I'm just going to have a quick check of the comms chat, because it was all in there. It was...
I can't see a calendar.
There we go. It is the 24th. Ches is doing, I think it's the driver swap, I want to say, tomorrow. So, either way, catch up with Ches, send him all the love, and we'll see you on the next one we're on. Toga, in general, we'll see you, by the sounds of things, tomorrow for the driver swap. Enjoy all of everything that you get up to this evening, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. Racers, go chill out, go have a nice evening as well. And we'll see you again soon.
Racey, bye.